Essay 18 of the last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Barrenness of the imaginative faculty in the productions of modern art. Hogarth excepted, can we produce any one painter within the last 50 years, or since the humour of exhibiting began, that has treated a story imaginatively? By this we mean upon whom his subject has so acted that it has seemed to direct him, and not to be arranged by him. Any upon whom its leading or collateral points have impressed themselves so tyrannically that he dared not treat it otherwise, lest he should falsify a revelation. Any that has imparted to his compositions not merely so much truth as is enough to convey a story with clearness, but that individualizing property, which should keep the subject so treated distinct in feature from every other subject, however similar, and to common apprehensions almost identical, so as that we might say, this and this part could have found an appropriate place in no other picture in the world but this. Is there anything in modern art, we will not demand that it should be equal, but in any way analogous to what Titian has effected in that wonderful bringing together of two times in the Ariadne in the National Gallery? Precipitous, with his reeling satyr rout about him, re-peopling and re-illuming suddenly the waste places, drunk with a new fury beyond the grape, Bacchus born in fire, fire-like, flings himself at the Cretan. This is the time present. With this telling of the story, an artist, and no ordinary one, might remain richly proud. Guido, in his harmonious version of it, saw no further. But from the depths of the imaginative spirit, Titian has recalled past time, and laid it contributory with the present to one simultaneous effect. With the desert all ringing with the mad cymbals of his followers, made lucid with the presence and new offers of a god, as if unconscious of Bacchus, or but idly casting her eyes as upon some unconcerning pageant, her soul undistracted from Theseus, Ariadne is still pacing the solitary shore, in as much heart silence, and in almost the same local solitude with which she awoke at daybreak to catch the forlorn last glances of the sail that bore away the Athenian. Here are two points miraculously co-uniting: fierce society with the feeling of solitude still absolute, noonday revelations with the accidents of the dull grey dawn unquenched and lingering, the present Bacchus with the past Ariadne, two stories with double time, separate and harmonizing. Had the artist made the woman one shade less indifferent to the god, still more had she expressed a rapture at his advent, where would have been the story of the mighty desolation of the heart previous, merged in the insipid accident of a flattering offer met with a welcome acceptance? The broken heart for Theseus was not likely to be pieced up by a god. We have before us a fine rough print from a picture by Raphael in the Vatican. It is the presentation of the new-born Eve to Adam by the Almighty, a fairer mother of mankind we might imagine, and a goodlier sire perhaps of men since born. But these are matters subordinate to the conception of the situation displayed in this extraordinary production. A tolerably modern artist would have been satisfied with tempering certain raptures of connubial anticipation with a suitable acknowledgment to the giver of the blessing in the countenance of the first bridegroom, something like the divided attention of the child (Adam was here a child-man) between the given toy and the mother who had just blessed it with the bauble. This is the obvious, the first sight view, the superficial. An artist of a higher grade, considering the awful presence they were in, would have taken care to subtract something from the expression of the more human passion, and to heighten the more spiritual one. This would be as much as an exhibition-goer, from the opening of Somerset House to last year's show, has been encouraged to look for. It is obvious to hint at a lower expression, yet in a picture that for respects of drawing and colouring might be deemed not wholly inadmissible within these art-fostering walls, in which the rapture should be as 99, the gratitude as 1, or perhaps 0. By neither the one passion nor the other has Raphael expounded the situation of Adam. Singly upon his brow sits the absorbing sense of wonder at the created miracle. The moment is seized by the intuitive artist, perhaps not self-conscious of his art, in which neither of the conflicting emotions, a moment how abstracted, have had time to spring up, or to battle for indecorous mastery. We have seen a landscape of a justly admired Neoteric, in which he aimed at delineating a fiction, one of the most severely beautiful in antiquity, the gardens of the Hesperides. To do Mr. justice, he had painted a laudable orchard, with fitting seclusion, and a veritable dragon, of which a Polypheme by Poussin is somehow a facsimile for the situation, looking over into the world shut out backwards, so that none but a still climbing Hercules could hope to catch a peep at the admired Ternary of recluses. No conventual porter could keep his keys better than this custos with the lidless eyes. He not only sees that none do intrude into that privacy, but as clear as daylight, that none but Hercules aut diabolus by any manner of means can. So far all is well. We have absolute solitude here or nowhere. Ab extra, the damsels are snug enough. But here the artist's courage seems to have failed him. He began to pity his pretty charge, and to comfort the irksomeness, has peopled their solitude with a bevy of fair attendants, maids of honour, or ladies of the bedchamber, according to the approved etiquette at a court of the 19th century, giving to the whole scene the air of a fête champêtre, if we will but excuse the absence of the gentleman. This is well and Watteauish. But what is become of the solitary mystery, the daughters three that sing around the golden tree. This is not the way in which Poussin would have treated this subject. The paintings, or rather the stupendous architectural designs of a modern artist, have been urged as objections to the theory of our motto. They are of a character, we confess, to stagger it. His towered structures are of the highest order of the material sublime. Whether they were dreams, or transcripts of some elder workmanship, Assyrian ruins old, restored by this mighty artist, they satisfy our most stretched and craving conceptions of the glories of the antique world. It is a pity that they were ever peopled. On that side the imagination of the artist halts and appears defective. Let us examine the point of the story in the Belshazzar's Feast. We will introduce it by an apposite anecdote. The court historians of the day record that at the first dinner given by the late king, then Prince Regent, at the pavilion, the following characteristic frolic was played off. The guests were select and admiring, the banquet profuse and admirable, the light lustrous and oriental, the eye was perfectly dazzled with the display of plate, among which the great gold salt-cellar, brought from the regalia in the tower for this especial purpose, itself a tower, stood conspicuous for its magnitude. And now the reverend, the then admired court chaplain, was proceeding with the grace, when, at a signal given, the lights were suddenly overcast, and a huge transparency was discovered, in which glittered in golden letters, "Brighton, earthquake, swallow up alive." Imagine the confusion of the guests. The Georges and garters, jewels, bracelets moulted upon the occasion, the fans dropped and picked up the next morning by the sly court pages, Mrs. Fitz-What's-her-name fainting, and the Countess of Pembroke holding the smelling-bottle, till the good-humoured prince caused harmony to be restored by calling in fresh candles, and declaring that the whole was nothing but a pantomime hoax, got up by the ingenious Mr. Farley of Covent Garden, from hints which his Royal Highness himself had furnished. Then imagine the infinite applause that followed, the mutual rallyings, the declarations that they were not much frightened of the assembled galaxy. The point of time in the picture exactly answers to the appearance of the transparency in the anecdote. The huddle, the flutter, the bustle, the escape, the alarm, and the mock alarm, the prettinesses heightened by consternation, the courtiers' fear which was flattery, and the ladies' which was affectation, all that we may conceive to have taken place in a mob of Brighton courtiers, sympathizing with the well-acted surprise of their sovereign. All this, and no more, is exhibited by the well-dressed lords and ladies in the hall of Belus. Just this sort of consternation we have seen among a flock of disquieted wild geese at the report only of a gun having gone off. But is this vulgar fright, this mere animal anxiety for the preservation of their persons, such as we have witnessed at a theatre when a slight alarm of fire has been given, an adequate exponent of a supernatural terror? The way in which the finger of God writing judgments would have been met by the withered conscience? There is a human fear and a divine fear. The one is disturbed, restless, and bent upon escape. The other is bowed down, effortless, passive. When the Spirit appeared before Eliphaz in the visions of the night, and the hair of his flesh stood up, was it in the thoughts of the Temanite to ring the bell of his chamber, or to call up the servants? But let us see in the text what there is to justify all this huddle of vulgar consternation. From the words of Daniel, it appears that Belshazzar had made a great feast to 1,000 of his lords, and drank wine before the 1,000. The golden and silver vessels are gorgeously enumerated with the princes, the king's concubines, and his wives. Then follows, "In the same hour came forth fingers of a man's hand, and wrote over against the candlestick upon the plaster of the wall of the king's palace. And the king saw the part of the hand that wrote. Then the king's countenance was changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his loins were loosened, and his knees smote one against another." This is the plain text. By no hint can it be otherwise inferred but that the appearance was solely confined to the fancy of Belshazzar, that his single brain was troubled. Not a word is spoken of its being seen by any else there present, not even by the queen herself, who merely undertakes for the interpretation of the phenomenon as related to her, doubtless, by her husband. The lords are simply said to be astonished, i.e., at the trouble and the change of countenance in their sovereign. Even the prophet does not appear to have seen the scroll which the king saw. He recalls it only, as Joseph did the dream to the king of Egypt. Then was the part of the hand sent from him, the Lord, and this writing was written. He speaks of the phantasm as past. Then what becomes of this needless multiplication of the miracle, this message to a royal conscience singly expressed? For it was said, "Thy kingdom is divided," simultaneously impressed upon the fancies of 1,000 courtiers, who were implied in it neither directly nor grammatically. But admitting the artist's own version of the story, and that the sight was seen also by the 1,000 courtiers, let it have been visible to all Babylon, as the knees of Belshazzar were shaken, and his countenance troubled, even so would the knees of every man in Babylon, and their countenances, as of an individual man, been troubled. Bowed, bent down, so would they have remained, stupefixed, with no thought of struggling with that inevitable judgment. Not all that is optically possible to be seen is to be shown in every picture. The eye delightedly dwells upon the brilliant individualities in A Marriage at Cana by Veronese, or Titian, to the very texture and colour of the wedding garments, the ring glittering upon the bride's fingers, the metal and fashion of the wine-pots. For at such seasons there is leisure and luxury to be curious. But in a day of judgment, or in a day of lesser horrors yet divine, as at the impious feast of Belshazzar, the eye should see as the actual eye of an agent or patient in the immediate scene would see, only in masses and indistinction. Not only the female attire and jewellery exposed to the critical eye of the fashion as minutely as the dresses in a lady's magazine in the criticised picture, but perhaps the curiosities of anatomical science and studied diversities of posture in the falling angels and sinners of Michael Angelo, have no business in their great subjects. There was no leisure of them. By a wise falsification, the great masters of painting got at their true conclusions by not showing the actual appearances, that is, all that was to be seen at any given moment by an indifferent eye, but only what the eye might be supposed to see in the doing or suffering of some portentous action. Suppose the moment of the swallowing up of Pompeii. There they were to be seen, houses, columns, architectural proportions, differences of public and private buildings, men and women at their standing occupations, the diversified thousand postures, attitudes, dresses, in some confusion truly, but physically they were visible. But what eye saw them at that eclipsing moment, which reduces confusion to a kind of unity, and when the senses are upturned from their proprieties, when sight and hearing are a feeling only? 1,000 years have passed, and we are at leisure to contemplate the weaver fixed standing at his shuttle, the baker at his oven, and to turn over with antiquarian coolness the pots and pans of Pompeii. Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeah, and thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. Who, in reading this magnificent Hebraism, in his conception, sees aught but the heroic son of Nun, with the outstretched arm, and the greater and lesser light obsequious? Doubtless there were to be seen hill and dale, and chariots and horsemen, on open plain, or winding by secret defiles, and all the circumstances and stratagems of war. But whose eyes would have been conscious of this array at the interposition of the synchronic miracle? Yet in the picture of this subject by the artist of the Belshazzar's feast, no ignoble work either. The marshalling and landscape of the war is everything. The miracle sinks into an anecdote of the day, and the eye may dart through rank and file traverse for some minutes before it shall discover, among his armed followers, which is Joshua. Not modern art alone, but ancient, where only it is to be found if anywhere, can be detected erring from defect of this imaginative faculty. The world has nothing to show of the preternatural in painting, transcending the figure of Lazarus bursting his grave clothes in the great picture at Angerstein's. It seems a thing between two beings. A ghastly horror at itself struggles with newly apprehending gratitude at second life bestowed. It cannot forget that it was a ghost. It has hardly felt that it is a body. It has to tell of the world of spirits. Was it from a feeling that the crowd of half-impassioned bystanders, and the still more irrelevant herd of passers-by at a distance, who have not heard or but faintly have been told of the passing miracle, admirable as they are in design and hue, for it is a glorified work, do not respond adequately to the action, that the single figure of the Lazarus has been attributed to Michael Angelo, and the mighty Sebastian unfairly robbed of the fame of the greater half of the interest. Now that there were not indifferent passers-by within actual scope of the eyes of those present at the miracle, to whom the sound of it had but faintly or not at all reached, it would be hardihood to deny. But would they see them? Or can the mind in the conception of it admit of such unconcerning objects? Can it think of them at all? Or what associating league to the imagination can there be between the seers and the seers not of a presential miracle? Were an artist to paint upon demand a picture of a Dryad, we will ask whether, in the present low state of expectation, the patron would not or ought not to be fully satisfied with a beautiful naked figure recumbent under wide-stretched oaks, disseat those woods, and place the same figure among fountains and falls of pellucid water, and you have a Naiad. Not so in a rough print we have seen after Giulio Romano, we think, for it is long since there, by no process, with mere change of scene, could the figure have reciprocated characters, long, grotesque, fantastic, yet with a grace of her own, beautiful in convolution and distortion, linked to her connatural tree, co-twisting with its limbs her own, till both seemed either these animated branches, those disanimated members, yet the animal and vegetable lives sufficiently kept distinct. His Dryad lay, an approximation of two natures, which to conceive it must be seen, analogous to, and not the same with, the delicacies of Ovidian transformations. To the lowest subjects, and to a superficial comprehension the most barren, the great masters gave loftiness and fruitfulness. The large eye of genius saw in the meanness of present objects their capabilities of treatment from their relations to some grand past or future. How has Raphael, we must still linger about the Vatican, treated the humble craft of the shipbuilder in his building of the ark? It is in that scriptural series to which we have referred, and which, judging from some fine, rough old graphic sketches of them which we possess, seem to be of a higher and more poetic grade than even the cartoons. The dim of sight are the timid and the shrinking. There is a cowardice in modern art, as the Frenchman, of whom Coleridge's friend made the prophetic guess at Rome from the beard and horns of the Moses of Michael Angelo, collected no inferences beyond that of a he-goat and a cornuto. So from this subject of mere mechanic promise it would instinctively turn away, as from one incapable of investiture with any grandeur. The dockyards at Woolwich would object derogatory associations. The depot at Chatham would be the mote and the beam in its intellectual eye, but not to the nautical preparations in the shipyards of Civita Vecchia did Raphael look for instructions, when he imagined the building of the vessel that was to be conservatory of the wrecks of the species of drowned mankind. In the intensity of the action he keeps ever out of sight the meanness of the operation. There is the patriarch in calm forethought, and with holy prescience giving directions, and there are his agents, the solitary but sufficient three, hewing, sawing, every one, with the might and earnestness of a demiurgus, under some instinctive rather than technical guidance, giant-muscled, every one a Hercules, or liker to those Vulcanian three that in sounding caverns under Mongi Bello wrought in fire, Orontes, and black Steropes, and Pyraucmon. So work the workmen that should repair a world. Artists again err in the confounding of poetic with pictorial subjects. In the latter, the exterior accidents are nearly everything, the unseen qualities as nothing. Othello's colour, the infirmities and corpulence of a Sir John Falstaff, do they haunt us perpetually in the reading, or are they obtruded upon our conceptions one time for 99, that we are lost in admiration at the respective moral or intellectual attributes of the character? But in a picture Othello is always a blackamoor, and the other only plump Jack. Deeply corporealized and enchained hopelessly in the grovelling fetters of externality must be the mind to which, in its better moments, the image of the high-souled, high-intelligenced Quixote, the errant star of knighthood, made more tender by eclipse, has never presented itself, divested from the unhallowed accompaniment of a Sancho or a rabblement at the heels of Rosinante. That man has read his book by halves. He has laughed, mistaking his author's purport, which was tears. The artist that pictures Quixote, and it is in this degrading point that he is every season held up at our exhibitions, in the shallow hope of exciting mirth, would have joined the rabble at the heels of his starved steed. We wish not to see that counterfeited which we would not have wished to see in the reality. Conscious of the heroic inside of the noble Quixote, who, on hearing that his withered person was passing, would have stepped over his threshold to gaze upon his forlorn habiliments and the strange bedfellows which misery brings a man acquainted with. Shade of Cervantes, who in thy second part could put into the mouth of thy Quixote those high aspirations of a super-chivalrous gallantry, where he replies to one of the shepherdesses, apprehensive that he would spoil their pretty networks, and inviting him to be a guest with them, in accents like these: "Truly, fairest lady, Actaeon was not more astonished when he saw Diana bathing herself at the fountain than I have been in beholding your beauty. I commend the manner of your pastime, and thank you for your kind offers, and if I may serve you, so I may be sure you will be obeyed, you may command me. For my profession is this, to show myself thankful, and a doer of good to all sorts of people, especially of the rank that your person shows you to be. And if those nets, as they take up but a little piece of ground, should take up the whole world, I would seek out new worlds to pass through, rather than break them. And, he adds, that you may give credit to this my exaggeration, behold, at least, he that promiseth you this is Don Quixote de la Mancha, if haply this name hath come to your hearing. Illustrious romancer, were the fine frenzies which possessed the brain of thy own Quixote a fit subject, as in this second part, to be exposed to the jeers of duennas and serving men, to be monstered and shown up at the heartless banquets of great men? Was that pitiable infirmity, which in thy first part misleads him, always from within, into half ludicrous, but more than half compassionable and admirable errors, not infliction enough from heaven, that men by studied artifices must devise and practise upon the humour, to inflame where they should soothe it? Why, Goneril would have blushed to practise upon the abdicated king at this rate, and the she-wolf Regan not have endured to play the pranks upon his fled wits, which thou hast made thy Quixote suffer in duchesses' halls, and at the hands of that unworthy nobleman. Footnote: Yet from this second part our cried-up pictures are mostly selected, the waiting women with beards, etc. In the first adventures even, it needed all the art of the most consummate artist in the book way that the world hath yet seen, to keep up in the mind of the reader the heroic attributes of the character without relaxing, so as absolutely that they shall suffer no alloy from the debasing fellowship of the clown. If it ever obtrudes itself as a disharmony, are we inclined to laugh, or not rather to indulge a contrary emotion? Cervantes, stung perchance by the relish with which his reading public had received the fooleries of the man more to their palates than the generosities of the master, in the sequel let his pen run riot, lost the harmony and the balance, and sacrificed a great idea to the taste of his contemporaries. We know that in the present day the knight has fewer admirers than the squire, anticipating what did actually happen to him, as afterwards it did to his scarce inferior follower, the author of Guzman de Alfarache, that some less knowing hand would prevent him by a spurious second part, and judging that it would be easier for his competitor to outbid him in the comicalities than in the romance of his work, he abandoned his knight, and has fairly set up the squire for his hero. For what else has he unsealed the eyes of Sancho, and instead of that twilight state of semi-insanity, the madness at second hand, the contagion caught from a stronger mind infected, that war between native cunning and hereditary deference, with which he has hitherto accompanied his master, two for a pair almost, does he substitute a downright knave with open eyes, for his own ends only following a confessed madman, and offering at one time to lay, if not actually laying, hands upon him. From the moment that Sancho loses his reverence, Don Quixote is become a treatable lunatic. Our artists handle him accordingly. End of Essay 18. Essay 19 of The Last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Rejoicings upon the New Year's coming of age. The old year being dead, and the New Year coming of age, which he does by calendar law, as soon as the breath is out of the old gentleman's body, nothing would serve the young spark but he must give a dinner upon the occasion, to which all the days in the year were invited. The festivals, whom he deputed as his stewards, were mightily taken with the notion. They had been engaged time out of mind, they said, in providing mirth and good cheer for mortals below, and it was time they should have a taste of their own bounty. It was stiffly debated among them whether the fasts should be admitted. Some said the appearance of such lean, starved guests with their mortified faces would pervert the ends of the meeting, but the objection was overruled by Christmas Day, who had a design upon Ash Wednesday, as you shall hear, and a mighty desire to see how the old Domine would behave himself in his cups. Only the vigils were requested to come with their lanterns to light the gentlefolks home at night. All the days came to their day. Covers were provided for 365 guests at the principal table, with an occasional knife and fork at the sideboard for the 29th of February. I should have told you that cards of invitation had been issued. The carriers were the Hours, 12 little merry whirligig foot-pages, as you should desire to see, that went all round and found out the persons invited well enough, with the exception of Easter Day, Shrove Tuesday, and a few such movables who had lately shifted their quarters. Well, they all met at last, foul days, fine days, all sorts of days, and a rare din they made of it. There was nothing but Hail, Fellow Day, Well met, Brother Day, Sister Day, only Lady Day kept a little on the aloof, and seemed somewhat scornful. Yet some said 12th Day cut her out and out, for she came in a Tiffany suit, white and gold, like a queen on a frost-cake, all royal, glittering, and epiphanous. The rest came, some in green, some in white, but old Lent and his family were not yet out of mourning. Rainy days came in dripping, and sunshiny days helped them to change their stockings. Wedding day was there in his marriage finery, a little the worse for wear. Pay-day came late, as he always does, and Doomsday sent word he might be expected. April Fool, as my young lord's jester, took upon himself to marshal the guests, and wild work he made with it. It would have posed old Erra Pater to have found out any given day in the year to erect a scheme upon. Good days, bad days, were so shuffled together to the confounding of all sober horoscopy. He had stuck the 21st of June next to the 22nd of December, and the former looked like a maypole siding a marrow-bone. Ash Wednesday got wedged in, as was concerted, betwixt Christmas and Lord Mayor's days. Lord, how he laid about him! Nothing but barons of beef and turkeys would go down with him, to the great greasing and detriment of his new sackcloth bib and tucker. And still Christmas Day was at his elbow, plying him the wassail bowl till he roared and hiccuped and protested there was no faith in dried ling, but commended it to the devil for a sour, windy, acrimonious, censorious, hypocritical mess and no dish for a gentleman." Then he dipped his fist into the middle of the great custard that stood before his left-hand neighbour, and daubed his hungry beard all over with it, till you would have taken him for the last day in December, it so hung in icicles. At another part of the table, Shrove Tuesday was helping the 2nd of September to some cock-broth, which courtesy the latter returned with the delicate thigh of a hen-pheasant, so there was no love lost for that matter. The last of Lent was sponging upon Shrove-tide's pancakes, which April Fool perceiving, told him he did well, for pancakes were proper to a Good Friday. In another part, a hubbub arose about the 30th of January, who, it seems, being a sour puritanic character, that thought nobody's meat good or sanctified enough for him, had smuggled into the room a calf's head, which he had had cooked at home for that purpose, thinking to feast thereon incontinently. But as it lay in the dish, March Manyweathers, who is a very fine lady, and subject to the megrims, screamed out there was a human head in the platter, and raved about Herodias' daughter to that degree that the obnoxious viand was obliged to be removed, nor did she recover her stomach till she had gulped down a restorative, confected of oak-apple, which the merry 29th of May always carries about with him for that purpose. The king's health, the late king, being called for after this, a notable dispute arose between the 12th of August, a zealous old Whig gentlewoman, and the 23rd of April, a new-fangled lady of the Tory stamp, as to which of them should have the honour to propose it. August grew hot upon the matter, affirming time out of mind the prescriptive right to have lain with her till her rival had basely supplanted her, whom she represented as little better than a kept mistress, who went about in fine clothes, while she, the legitimate birthday, had scarcely a rag, etc. April Fool, being made mediator, confirmed the right in the strongest form of words to the appellant, but decided for peace sake that the exercise of it should remain with the present possessor. At the same time he slyly rounded the first lady in the ear that an action might lie against the crown for bigamy. It beginning to grow a little duskish, a Candlemas lustily bawled out for lights, which was opposed by older days, who protested against burning daylight. Then fair water was handed round in silver ewers, and the same lady was observed to take an unusual time in washing herself. May Day, with that sweetness which is peculiar to her, in a neat speech proposing the health of the founder, crowned her goblet, and by her example the rest of the company, with garlands. This being done, the lordly New Year, from the upper end of the table, in a cordial but somewhat lofty tone, returned thanks. He felt proud on an occasion of meeting so many of his worthy father's late tenants, promised to improve their farms, and at the same time to abate, if anything was found unreasonable, in their rents. At the mention of this, the 4 quarter-days involuntarily looked at each other and smiled. April Fool whistled to an old tune of New Brooms, and a surly old rebel at the farther end of the table, who was discovered to be no other than the 5th of November, muttered out distinctly enough to be heard by the whole company words to this effect, that when the old one is gone, he is a fool that looks for a better. Which rudeness of his the guests resenting, unanimously voted his expulsion, and the malcontent was thrust out neck and heels into the cellar, as the properest place for such a boute-feu and firebrand as he had shown himself to be. Order being restored, the young lord, who, to say truth, had been a little ruffled and put beside his oratory, in as few and yet as obliging words as possible, assured them of entire welcome, and, with a graceful turn, singling out poor 29th of February that had sat all this while mum-chance at the sideboard, begged to couple his health with that of the good company before him, which he drank accordingly, observing that he had not seen his honest face any time these 4 years, with a number of endearing expressions besides. At the same time removing the solitary Day from the forlorn seat which had been assigned him, he stationed him at his own board, somewhere between the Greek kalends and latter Lammas. Ash Wednesday, being now called upon for a song, with his eyes fast stuck in his head, and as well as the canary he had swallowed would give him leave, struck up a carol, which Christmas Day had taught him for the nonce, and was followed by the latter, who gave Miserere in fine style, hitting off the mumping notes and lengthened drawl of old mortification with infinite humour. April Fool swore they had exchanged conditions, but Good Friday was observed to look extremely grave, and Sunday held her fan before her face, that she might not be seen to smile. Shrovetide, Lord Mayor's Day, and April Fool next joined in a glee, which is the properest day to drink, in which all the days chiming in made a merry burden. They next fell to quibbles and conundrums, the question being proposed, who had the greatest number of followers? The Quarter-Days said there could be no question as to that, for they had all the creditors in the world dogging their heels, but April Fool gave it in favour of the 40 days before Easter, because the debtors in all cases outnumbered the creditors, and they kept Lent all the year. All this while Valentine's Day kept courting pretty May, who sat next him, slipping amorous billets doux under the table, till the Dog-Days, who were naturally of a warm constitution, began to be jealous, and to bark and rage exceedingly. April Fool, who likes a bit of sport above measure, and had some pretensions to the lady besides, as being but a cousin once removed, clapped and hallooed them on, and as fast as their indignation cooled, those mad wags, the Ember-Days, were at it with their bellows to blow it into a flame, and all was in a ferment, till old Madam Septuagesima, who boasts herself the mother of the days, wisely diverted the conversation with a tedious tale of the lovers which she could reckon when she was young, and of one Master Rogation Day in particular, who was for ever putting the question to her, but she kept him at a distance, as the chronicle would tell, by which I apprehend she meant the almanac. Then she rambled on to the days that were gone, the good old days, and so to the days before the flood, which plainly showed her old head to be little better than crazed and doited. Day being ended, the Days called for their cloaks and greatcoats, and took their leaves. Lord Mayor's Day went off in a mist, as usual, Shortest Day in a deep black fog that wrapped the little gentleman all round like a hedgehog. 2 vigils, so watchmen are called in heaven, saw Christmas Day safe home. They had been used to the business before. Another vigil, a stout, sturdy patrole, called the Eve of St. Christopher, seeing Ash Wednesday in a condition a little better than he should be, e'en whipped him over his shoulders pick-a-back fashion, and old Mortification went floating home, singing, "On the bat's back do I fly," and a number of old snatches besides, between drunk and sober, but very few Aves or penitentiaries, you may believe me, were among them. Longest Day set off westward in beautiful crimson and gold, the rest some in one fashion, some in another, but Valentine and pretty May took their departure together in one of the prettiest silvery twilights a lover's day could wish to set in. End of Essay 19. Essay 20 of The Last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Wedding. I do not know when I have been better pleased than at being invited last week to be present at the wedding of a friend's daughter. I like to make one of these ceremonies, which to us old people give back our youth in a manner, and restore our gayest season, in the remembrance of our own success, or the regrets, scarcely less tender, of our own youthful disappointments in this point of a settlement. On these occasions I am sure to be in good humour for a week or two after, and enjoy a reflected honeymoon. Being without a family, I am flattered with these temporary adoptions into a friend's family. I feel a sort of cousinhood or uncleship for the season. I am inducted into degrees of affinity, and in the participated socialities of the little community I lay down for a brief while my solitary bachelorship. I carry this humour so far that I take it unkindly to be left out, even when a funeral is going on in the house of a dear friend. But to my subject. The union itself had been long settled, but its celebration had been hitherto deferred to an almost unreasonable state of suspense in the lovers by some invincible prejudices which the bride's father had unhappily contracted upon the subject of the too early marriages of females. He has been lecturing any time these 5 years, for to that length the courtship has been protracted, upon the propriety of putting off the solemnity till the lady should have completed her 25th year. We all began to be afraid that a suit which as yet had abated of none of its ardours might at last be lingered on till passion had time to cool and love go out in the experiment. But a little wheedling on the part of his wife, who was by no means a party to these overstrained notions, joined to some serious expostulations on that of his friends, who, from the growing infirmities of the old gentleman, could not promise ourselves many years' enjoyment of his company, and were anxious to bring matters to a conclusion during his lifetime, at length prevailed. And on Monday last the daughter of my old friend, Admiral Croft, having attained the womanly age of 19, was conducted to the church by her pleasant cousin John, who told some few years older. Before the youthful part of my female readers express their indignation at the abominable loss of time occasioned to the lovers by the preposterous notions of my old friend, they will do well to consider the reluctance which a fond parent naturally feels at parting with his child. To this unwillingness, I believe, in most cases, may be traced the difference of opinion on this point between child and parent, whatever pretences of interest or prudence may be held out to cover it. The hard-heartedness of fathers is a fine theme for romance writers, a sure and moving topic, but is there not something untender, to say no more of it, in the hurry which a beloved child is sometimes in to tear herself from the parental stock and commit herself to strange graftings? The case is heightened where the lady, as in the present instance, happens to be an only child. I do not understand these matters experimentally, but I can make a shrewd guess at the wounded pride of a parent upon these occasions. It is no new observation, I believe, that a lover in most cases has no rival so much to be feared as the father. Certainly there is a jealousy in unparalleled subjects, which is little less heart-rending than the passion which we more strictly christen by that name. Mothers' scruples are more easily got over, for this reason, I suppose, that the protection transferred to a husband is less a derogation and a loss to their authority than to the paternal. Mothers, besides, have a trembling foresight, which paints the inconveniences impossible to be conceived in the same degree by the other parent, of a life of forlorn celibacy, which the refusal of a tolerable match may entail upon their child. Mother's instinct is a surer guide here than the cold reasonings of a father on such a topic. To this instinct may be imputed, and by it alone may be excused, the unbeseeming artifices by which some wives push on the matrimonial projects of their daughters, which the husband, however approving, shall entertain with comparative indifference. A little shamelessness on this head is pardonable. With this explanation, forwardness becomes a grace, and maternal importunity receives the name of a virtue. But the parson stays, while I preposterously assume his office. I am preaching, while the bride is on the threshold. Nor let any of my female readers suppose that the sage reflections which have just escaped me have the obliquest tendency of application to the young lady, who, it will be seen, is about to venture upon a change in her condition at a mature and competent age, and not without the fullest approbation of all parties. I only deprecate very hasty marriages. It had been fixed that the ceremony should be gone through at an early hour, to give time for a little déjeuner afterwards, to which a select party of friends had been invited. We were in church a little before the clock struck 8. Nothing could be more judicious or graceful than the dress of the bridesmaids, the 3 charming Miss Foresters, on this morning. To give the bride an opportunity of shining singly, they had come habited all in green. I am ill at describing female apparel, but while she stood at the altar in vestments white and candid as her thoughts, a sacrificial whiteness, they assisted in robes such as might become Diana's nymphs, foresters indeed, as such who had not yet come to the resolution of putting off cold virginity. These young maids, not being so blessed as to have a mother living, I am told, keep single for their father's sake, and live altogether so happy with their remaining parent, that the hearts of their lovers are ever broken with the prospect, so inauspicious to their hopes, of such uninterrupted and provoking home comfort. Gallant girls, each a victim worthy of Iphigenia. I do not know what business I have to be present in solemn places. I cannot divest me of an unseasonable disposition to levity upon the most awful occasions. I was never cut out for a public functionary. Ceremony and I have long shaken hands, but I could not resist the importunities of the young lady's father, whose gout unhappily confined him at home, to act as parent on this occasion, and give away the bride. Something ludicrous occurred to me at this most serious of all moments, a sense of my unfitness to have the disposal, even in imagination, of the sweet young creature beside me. I fear I was betrayed to some likeness, for the awful eye of the parson, and the rector's eye of St. Mildred's in the Poultry is no trifle of a rebuke, was upon me in an instant, souring my incipient jest to the trustful severities of a funeral. This was the only misbehaviour which I can plead to upon this solemn occasion, unless what was objected to me after the ceremony by one of the handsome Miss Tilneys be accounted a solecism. She was pleased to say that she had never seen a gentleman before me give away a bride in black. Now black has been my ordinary apparel so long, indeed I take it to be the proper costume of an author, the stage sanctions it, that to have appeared in some lighter colour would have raised more mirth at my expense than the anomaly had created censure. But I could perceive that the bride's mother, and some elderly ladies present, God bless them, would have been well content if I had come in any other colour than that. But I got over the omen by a lucky apologue, which I remembered out of Pilpay, or some Indian author, of all the birds being invited to the linnet's wedding, at which, when all the rest came in their gayest feathers, the raven alone apologized for his cloak, because he had no other. This tolerably reconciled the elders, but with the young people all was merriment, and shakings of hands, and congratulations, and kissing away the bride's tears, and kissings from her in return, till a young lady, who assumed some experience in these matters, having worn the nuptial band some 4 or 5 weeks longer than her friend, rescued her, archly observing, with half an eye upon the bridegroom, that at this rate she would have none left. My friend the Admiral was in fine wig and buckle on this occasion, a striking contrast to his usual neglect of personal appearance. He did not once shove up his borrowed locks, his custom ever at his morning studies, to betray the few grey stragglers of his own beneath them. He wore an aspect of thoughtful satisfaction. I trembled for the hour which at length approached, when, after a protracted breakfast of 3 hours, if stores of cold fowls, tongues, hams, botargoes, dried fruits, wines, cordials, etc., can deserve so meagre an appellation, the coach was announced, which was come to carry off the bride and bridegroom for a season, as custom has sensibly ordained, into the country, upon which design, wishing them a felicitous journey, let us return to the assembled guests. As when a well-graced actor leaves the stage, the eyes of men are idly bent on him that enters next, so idly did we bend our eyes upon one another, when the chief performers in the morning's pageant had vanished. None told his tale, none sipped her glass. The poor admiral made an effort. It was not much. I had anticipated so far. Even the infinity of full satisfaction that had betrayed itself through the prim looks and quiet deportment of his lady began to wane into something of misgiving. No one knew whether to take their leaves or stay. We seemed assembled upon a silly occasion. In this crisis, betwixt tarrying and departure, I must do justice to a foolish talent of mine, which had otherwise like to have brought me into disgrace in the forepart of the day. I mean a power in any emergency of thinking and giving vent to all manner of strange nonsense. In this awkward dilemma I found it sovereign. I rattled off some of my most excellent absurdities. All were willing to be relieved, at any expense of reason, from the pressure of the intolerable vacuum which had succeeded to the morning bustle. By this means I was fortunate in keeping together the better part of the company to a late hour, and a rubber of whist, the admiral's favourite game, with some rare strokes of chance as well as skill, which came opportunely on his side, lengthened out till midnight, dismissed the old gentleman at last to his bed with comparatively easy spirits. I have been at my old friend's various times since. I do not know a visiting-place where every guest is so perfectly at his ease, nowhere where harmony is so strangely the result of confusion. Everybody is at cross purposes, yet the effect is so much better than uniformity. Contradictory orders, servants pulling one way, master and mistress driving some other, yet both diverse, visitors huddled up in corners, chairs unsymmetrized, candles disposed by chance, meals at odd hours, tea and supper at once, or the latter preceding the former, the host and the guest conferring, yet each upon a different topic, each understanding himself, neither trying to understand or hear the other, draughts and politics, chess and political economy, cards and conversation on nautical matters going on at once, without the hope or indeed the wish of distinguishing them, make it altogether the most perfect Concordia discourse you shall meet with. Yet somehow the old house is not quite what it should be. The admiral still enjoys his pipe, but he has no Miss Emily to fill it for him. The instrument stands where it stood, but she is gone, whose delicate touch could sometimes, for a short minute, appease the warring elements. He has learnt, as Marvel expresses it, to make his destiny his choice. He bears bravely up, but he does not come out with his flashes of wild wit so thick as formerly. His sea-songs seldomer escape him. His wife, too, looks as if she wanted some younger body to scold and set to rights. We all miss a junior presence. It is wonderful how one young maiden freshens up and keeps green the paternal roof. Old and young seem to have an interest in her, so long as she is not absolutely disposed of. The youthfulness of the house is flown. Emily is married. End of Essay 20. Essay 21 of the last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Child Angel. A Dream. I chanced upon the prettiest, oddest, fantastical thing of a dream the other night that you shall hear of. I had been reading The Loves of the Angels, and went to bed with my head full of speculations suggested by that extraordinary legend. It had given birth to innumerable conjectures, and I remember the last waking thought which I gave expression to on my pillow was a sort of wonder what could come of it. I was suddenly transported, how or whither I could scarcely make out, but to some celestial region. It was not the real heavens neither, not the downright Bible heaven, but a kind of fairyland heaven, about which a poor human fancy may have leave to sport and air itself, I will hope, without presumption. Methought, what wild things dreams are! I was present at, what would you imagine? At an angel's gossiping. Whence it came, or how it came, or who bid it come, or whether it came purely of its own head, neither you nor I know, but there lay, sure enough, wrapped in its little cloudy swaddling bands, a child angel. Sun-threads, filmy beams, ran through the celestial napery of what seemed its princely cradle. All the winged orders hovered round, watching when the new-born should open its yet closed eyes, which when it did, first one and then the other, with a solicitude and apprehension, yet not such as, stained with fear, dims the expanding eyelids of mortal infants, but as if to explore its path in those its unhereditary palaces. What an inextinguishable titter that time spared not celestial visages! Nor wanted there to my seeming, oh, the inexplicable simpleness of dreams, bowls of that cheering nectar, which mortals caudle call below. Nor were wanting faces of female ministrants, stricken in years as it might seem, so dexterous were those heavenly attendants to counterfeit kindly similitudes of earth, to greet with terrestrial child rites the young present which earth hath made to heaven. Then were celestial harpings heard, not in full symphony, as those by which the spheres are tutored, but as loudest instruments on earth speak, oftentimes muffled, so to accommodate their sound the better to the weak ears of the imperfect born. And with the noise of those subdued soundings, the angelet sprang forth, fluttering its rudiments of pinions, but forthwith flagged, and was recovered into the arms of those full-winged angels. And a wonder it was to see how, as years went round in heaven, a year in dreams is as a day, continually its white shoulders put forth buds of wings, but wanting the perfect angelic nutriment, anon was shorn of its aspiring, and fell, fluttering, still caught by angel hands, for ever to put forth shoots, and to fall, fluttering, because its birth was not of the unmixed vigour of heaven. And a name was given to the babe angel, and it was to be called Gay Urania, because its production was of earth and heaven. And it could not taste of death, by reason of its adoption into immortal palaces, but it was to know weakness and reliance and the shadow of human imbecility, and it went with a lame gait, but in its goings it exceeded all mortal children in grace and swiftness. Then pity first sprang up in angelic bosoms, and yearnings like the human touched them at the sight of the immortal lame one. And with pain did then first those intuitive essences, with pain and strife to their natures, not grief, put back their bright intelligences, and reduce their ethereal minds, schooling them to degrees and slower processes, so to adapt their lessons to the gradual illumination, as must needs be, of the half-earth born. And what intuitive notices they could not repel, by reason that their nature is to know all things at once, the half-heavenly novice, by the better part of its nature, aspired to receive into its understanding, so that humility and aspiration went on even-paced in the instruction of the glorious amphibium. But by reason that mature humanity is too gross to breathe the air of that super-subtle region, its portion was and is to be a child for ever. And because the human part of it might not press into the heart and inwards of the palace of its adoption, those full-natured angels tended it by turns in the purlieus of the palace, where were shady groves and rivulets like this green earth from which it came, so love, with voluntary humility, waited upon the entertainment of the new adopted. And myriads of years rolled round, in dreams time is nothing, and still it kept and is to keep perpetual childhood, and is the tutelar genius of childhood upon earth, and still goes lame and lovely. By the banks of the river Pison is seen, lone sitting by the grave of the terrestrial Adar, whom the angel Nadir loved, a child, but not the same which I saw in heaven. A mournful hue overcasts its lineaments. Nevertheless, a correspondency is between the child by the grave and that celestial orphan whom I saw above. And the dimness of the grief upon the heavenly is as a shadow or emblem of that which stains the beauty of the terrestrial. And this correspondency is not to be understood but by dreams. And in the archives of heaven I had grace to read how that once the angel Nadir, being exiled from his place for mortal passion, upspringing on the wings of parental love, such power had parental love for a moment to suspend the else irrevocable law, appeared for a brief instant in his station, and depositing a wondrous birth, straightway disappeared, and the palaces knew him no more. And this charge was the self-same babe who goeth lame and lovely. But Adar sleepeth by the river Pison. End of Essay 21. Essay 22 of the last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. A Deathbed. In a letter to R. H. Esquire of B. I called upon you this morning and found that you were gone to visit a dying friend. I had been upon a like errand. Poor N.R. has lain dying now for almost a week. Such is the penalty we pay for having enjoyed through life a strong constitution. Whether he knew me or not, I know not, or whether he saw me through his poor glazed eyes. But the group I saw about him I shall not forget. Upon the bed, or about it, were assembled his wife, their 2 daughters, and poor deaf Robert, looking doubly stupefied. There they were, and seemed to have been sitting all the week. I could only reach out a hand to Mrs. R. Speaking was impossible in that mute chamber. By this time it must be all over with him. In him I have a loss the world cannot make up. He was my friend, and my father's friend, for all the life that I can remember. I seem to have made foolish friendships since. Those are the friendships which outlast a second generation. Old as I am getting, in his eyes I was still the child he knew me. To the last he called me Jemmy. I have none to call me Jemmy now. He was the last link that bound me to be. You are but of yesterday. In him I seem to have lost the old plainness of manners and singleness of heart. Lettered he was not. His reading scarcely exceeded the obituary of the old gentleman's magazine, to which he has never failed of having recourse for these last 50 years. Yet there was the pride of literature about him from that slender perusal, and moreover from his office of archive-keeper to your ancient city, in which he must needs pick up some equivocal Latin, which, among his less literary friends, assumed the air of a very pleasant pedantry. Can I forget the erudite look with which, having tried to puzzle out the text of a black-lettered Chaucer in your corporation library, to which he was a sort of librarian, he gave it up with this consolatory reflection: "Jemmy," said he, "I do not know what you find in these very old books, but I observe there is a deal of very indifferent spelling in them." His jokes, for he had some, are ended, but they were old perennials, staple, and always as good as new. He had one song that spake of the flat bottoms of our foes coming over in darkness, and alluded to a threatened invasion many years since blown over. This he reserved to be sung on Christmas night, which we always passed with him, and he sung it with the freshness of an impending event. How his eyes would sparkle when he came to the passage, "We'll still make 'em run, and we'll still make 'em sweat, in spite of the devil and Brussels Gazette." What is the Brussels Gazette now, I cry, while I indite these trifles? His poor girls, who are, I believe, compact of solid goodness, will have to receive their afflicted mother at an unsuccessful home in a petty village in Wiltshire, where for years they have been struggling to raise a girls' school with no effect. Poor deaf Robert, and the less hopeful for being so, is thrown upon a deaf world, without the comfort to his father on his death-bed of knowing him provided for. They are left almost provisionless. Some life assurance there is, but I fear not exceeding so much. Their hopes must be from your corporation, which their father has served for 50 years. Who or what are your leading members now, I know not. Is there any to whom, without impertinence, you can represent the true circumstances of the family? You cannot say good enough of poor R. and his poor wife. Oblige me and the dead, if you can. End of Essay 22. Essay 23 of the last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Old China. I have an almost feminine partiality for old china. When I go to see any great house, I inquire for the china closet, and next for the picture gallery. I cannot defend the order of preference but by saying that we have all some taste or other of too ancient a date to admit of our remembering distinctly that it was an acquired one. I can call to mind the first play and the first exhibition that I was taken to, but I am not conscious of a time when china jars and saucers were introduced into my imagination. I had no repugnance then, why should I now have, to those little lawless, azure-tinctured grotesques that under the notion of men and women float about, uncircumscribed by any element, in that world before perspective, a china teacup. I like to see my old friends, whom distance cannot diminish, figuring up in the air, so they appear to our optics, yet on terra firma still, for so we must in courtesy interpret that speck of deeper blue which the decorous artist, to prevent absurdity, has made to spring up beneath their sandals. I love the men with women's faces, and the women, if possible, with still more womanish expressions. Here is a young and courtly mandarin, handing tea to a lady from a salver 2 miles off. See how distance seems to set off respect. And here the same lady or another, for likeness is identity on teacups, is stepping into a little fairy boat, moored on the hither side of this calm garden river, with a dainty mincing foot, which in a right angle of incidence, as angles go in our world, must infallibly land her in the midst of a flowery mead, a furlong off, on the other side of the same strange stream. Farther on, if far or near can be predicated of their world, see horses, trees, pagodas dancing the haze. Here a cow and rabbit couchant and coextensive, so objects show, seen through the lucid atmosphere of fine Cathay. I was pointing out to my cousin last evening, over our hyson, which we are old-fashioned enough to drink unmixed still of an afternoon, some of these speciosa mericula upon a set of extraordinary old blue china, a recent purchase, which we were now for the first time using, and could not help remarking how favourable circumstances had been to us of late years, that we could afford to please the eye sometimes with trifles of this sort, when a passing sentiment seemed to overshade the brows of my companion. I am quick at detecting these summer clouds in Bridget. "I wish the good old times would come again," she said, "when we were not quite so rich, I do not mean that I want to be poor, but there was a middle state," so she was pleased to ramble on, "in which I am sure we were a great deal happier. A purchase is but a purchase now that you have money enough and to spare. Formerly it used to be a triumph. When we coveted a cheap luxury, and oh, how much ado I had to get you to consent in those times! We were used to have a debate 2 or 3 days before, and to weigh the for and against, and think what we might spare it out of, and what saving we could hit upon that should be an equivalent. A thing was worth buying then, when we felt the money that we paid for it. Do you remember the brown suit which you made to hang upon you, till all your friends cried shame upon you, it grew so threadbare, and all because of that folio Beaumont and Fletcher, which you dragged home late at night from Barker's in Covent Garden? Do you remember how we eyed it for weeks before we could make up our minds to the purchase, and had not come to a determination till it was near 10 o'clock at the Saturday night, when you set off from Islington, fearing you should be too late, and when the old bookseller, with some grumbling, opened his shop, and by the twinkling taper, for he was setting bedwards, lighted out the relic from his dusty treasures, and when you lugged it home, wishing it were twice as cumbersome, and when you presented it to me, and when we were exploring the perfectness of it, collating you called it, and while I was repairing some of the loose leaves with paste, which your impatience would not suffer to be left till daybreak, was there no pleasure in being a poor man? Or can those neat black clothes which you wear now, and are so careful to keep brushed, since we have become rich and finical, give you half the honest vanity with which you flaunted it about in that overworn suit, your old Corbeau, for 4 or 5 weeks longer than you should have done, to pacify your conscience for the mighty sum of 15 or 16 shillings, was it? A great affair we thought it then, which you had lavished on the old folio. Now you can afford to buy any book that pleases you, but I do not see that you ever bring me home any nice old purchases now. When you come home with 20 apologies for laying out a less number of shillings upon that print after Leonardo, which we christened the Lady Blanche, when you looked at the purchase and thought of the money, and thought of the money and looked again at the picture, was there no pleasure in being a poor man? Now you have nothing to do but to walk into Carnaghi's and buy a wilderness of Leonardos. Yet do you? Then do you remember our pleasant walks to Enfield and Potter's Bar and Waltham, when we had a holiday? Holidays and all other fun are gone now we are rich. And the little hand-basket in which I used to deposit our day's fare of savoury cold lamb and salad, and how you would pry about at noontide for some decent house where we might go in and produce our store, only paying for the ale that you must call for, and speculate upon the looks of the landlady, and whether she was likely to allow us a tablecloth, and wish for such another honest hostess as Isaac Walton has described many a one on the pleasant bank of the Lee when he went a-fishing. And sometimes they would prove obliging enough, and sometimes they would look grudgingly upon us, but we had cheerful looks still for one another, and would eat our plain food savourily, scarcely grudging Piscator his trout haul. Now, when we go out a day's pleasuring, which is seldom moreover, we ride part of the way, and go into a fine inn, and order the best of dinners, never debating the expense, which, after all, never has half the relish of those chance country snaps when we were at the mercy of uncertain usage and a precarious welcome. You are too proud to see a play anywhere now but in the pit. Do you remember where it was we used to sit when we saw the Battle of Hexham and the surrender of Calais, and Bannister and Mrs. Bland in The Children in the Wood, when we squeezed out our shillings apiece to sit 3 or 4 times in a season in the 1-shilling gallery, where you felt all the time that you ought not to have brought me, and more strongly I felt obligation to you for having brought me, and the pleasure was the better for a little shame. And when the curtain drew up, what cared we for our place in the house, or what mattered it where we were sitting, when our thoughts were with Rosalind in Arden, or with Viola at the Court of Illyria? You used to say that the gallery was the best place of all for enjoying a place socially, that the relish of such exhibitions must be in proportion to the infrequency of going, that the company we met there, not being in general readers of plays, were obliged to attend the more, and did attend to what was going on the stage, because a word lost would have been a chasm which it was impossible for them to fill up. With such reflections we consoled our pride then, and I appeal to you whether, as a woman, I met generally with less attention and accommodation than I have done since in more expensive situations in the house. The getting in, indeed, and the crowding up those inconvenient staircases was bad enough, but there was still a law of civility to women recognized to quite as great an extent as we ever found in the other passages. And how a little difficulty overcome heightened the snug seat and the play afterwards. Now we can only pay our money and walk in. You cannot see, you say, in the galleries now. I am sure we saw and heard too well enough then, but sight and all, I think, is gone with our poverty. There was pleasure in eating strawberries before they became quite common, in the first dish of peas while they were yet dear, to have them for a nice supper, a treat. What treat can we have now? If we were to treat ourselves now, that is, to have dainties a little above our means, it would be selfish and wicked. It is the very little more that we allow ourselves, beyond what the actual poor can get at, that makes what I call a treat. When 2 people living together, as we have done, now and then indulge themselves in a cheap luxury which both like, while each apologizes, and is willing to take both halves of the blame to his single share. I see no harm in people making much of themselves in that sense of the word. It may give them a hint how to make much of others. But now, what I mean by the word, we never do make much of ourselves. None but the poor can do it. I do not mean the veriest poor of all, but persons as we were, just above poverty. I know what you are going to say, that it is mighty pleasant at the end of the year to make all meet, and much ado we used to have every 31st night of December to account for our exceedings. Many a long face did you make over your puzzled accounts, and in contriving to make it out how we had spent so much, or that we had not spent so much, or that it was impossible we should spend so much next year, and still we found our slender capital decreasing. But then, betwixt ways and projects and compromises of one sort or another, and talk of curtailing this charge and doing without that for the future, and the hope that youth brings and laughing spirits, in which you were never poor till now, we pocketed up our loss, and in conclusion, with lusty brimmers, as you used to quote it out of hearty, cheerful Mr. Cotton, as you called him, we used to welcome in the coming guest. Now we have no reckoning at all at the end of the old year, no flattering promises about the new year doing better for us. Bridget is so sparing of her speech on most occasions, that when she gets into a rhetorical vein, I am careful how I interrupt it. I could not help, however, smiling at the phantom of wealth which her dear imagination had conjured up out of a clear income of poor so many £100 a year. It is true we were happier when we were poorer, but we were also younger, my cousin. I am afraid we must put up with the excess, for if we were to shake the superflux into the sea, we should not much mend ourselves. That we had much to struggle with as we grew up together, we have reason to be most thankful. It strengthened and knit our compact closer. We could never have been what we have been to each other, if we had always had the sufficiency which you now complain of. The resisting power, those natural dilations of the youthful spirit which circumstances cannot straighten, with us are long since passed away. Competence to age is supplementary youth, a sorry supplement indeed, but I fear the best that is to be had. We must ride where we formerly walked, live better and lie softer, and shall be wise to do so, than we had means to do in those good old days you speak of. Yet could those days return, could you and I once more walk our 30 miles a day, could Bannister and Mrs. Bland again be young, and you and I be young to see them, could the good old 1 shilling gallery days return, they are dreams, my cousin, now, but could you and I at this moment, instead of this quiet argument by our well-carpeted fireside, sitting on this luxurious sofa, be once more struggling up those inconvenient staircases, pushed about and squeezed and elbowed by the poorest rabble of poor gallery scramblers? Could I once more hear those anxious shrieks of yours, and the delicious "Thank God we are safe," which always followed when the topmost stair conquered, let in the first light of the whole cheerful theatre down beneath us? I know not the fathom line that ever touched a descent so deep as I would be willing to bury more wealth in than Croesus had, or the great Jew Rothschild is supposed to have, to purchase it. And now do just look at that merry little Chinese waiter holding an umbrella big enough for a bed-tester over the head of that pretty insipid, half-Madonna-ish chit of a lady in that very blue summer-house. End of Essay 23. Essay 24, Part 1 of the last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A recording by Tony Addison. Popular fallacies. 1. That a bully is always a coward. This axiom contains a principle of compensation which disposes us to admit the truth of it. But there is no safe trusting to dictionaries and definitions. We should more willingly fall in with this popular language if we did not find brutality sometimes awkwardly coupled with valour in the same vocabulary. The comic writers, with their poetical justice, have contributed not a little to mislead us upon this point. To see a hectoring fellow exposed and beaten upon the stage has something in it wonderfully diverting. Some people's share of animal spirits is notoriously low and defective. It has not strength to raise a vapour, or furnish out the wind of a tolerable bluster. These love to be told that huffing is no part of valour. The truest courage with them is that which is the least noisy and obtrusive. But confront one of these silent heroes with the swagger of real life, and his confidence in the theory quickly vanishes. Pretensions do not uniformly bespeak non-performance. A modest, inoffensive deportment does not necessarily imply valour, neither does the absence of it justify us in denying that quality. Hickman wanted modesty. We do not mean him of Clarissa, but who ever doubted his courage? Even the poets, upon whom this equitable distribution of qualities should be most binding, have thought it agreeable to nature to depart from the rule upon occasion. Harafa in the Agonistes is indeed a bully upon the received notions. Milton has made him at once a blusterer, a giant, and a dastard. But Almanzor in Dryden talks of driving armies singly before him, and does it. Tom Brown had a shrewder insight into this kind of character than either of his predecessors. He divides the palm more equably, and allows his hero a sort of dimidiate pre-eminence. Bully Dawson kicked by half the town, and half the town kicked by Bully Dawson. This was true distributive justice. 2. That ill-gotten gain never prospers. The weakest part of mankind have this saying commonest in their mouth. It is the trite consolation administered to the easy dupe, when he has been tricked out of his money or estate, that the acquisition of it will do the owner no good. But the rogues of this world, the prudenter part of them at least, know better, and if the observation had been as true as it is old, would not have failed by this time to have discovered it. They have pretty sharp distinctions of the fluctuating and the permanent. A lightly come, a lightly go, is a proverb which they can very well afford to leave, when they leave little else, to the losers. They do not always find manners, got by rapine or chicanery, insensibly to melt away, as the poets will have it, or that all gold glides, like thawing snow, from the thief's hand that grasps it. Church land, alienated to lay uses, was formerly denounced to have this slippery quality, but some portions of it somehow always stuck so fast that the denunciators have been vain to postpone the prophecy of refundment to a late posterity. 3. That a man must not laugh at his own jest. The severest exaction surely ever invented upon the self-denial of poor human nature. This is to expect a gentleman to give a treat without partaking of it, to sit esurient at his own table, and commend the flavour of his venison upon the absurd strength of his never touching it himself. On the contrary, we love to see a wag taste his own joke to his party, to watch a quirk or a merry conceit flickering upon the lips some seconds before the tongue is delivered of it, if it be good, fresh, and racy, begotten of the occasion, if he that utters it never thought it before, he is naturally the first to be tickled with it, and any suppression of such complaisance we hold to be churlish and insulting. What does it seem to imply but that your company is weak or foolish enough to be moved by an image or a fancy that shall stir you not at all, or but faintly? This is exactly the humour of the fine gentleman in Mandeville, who, while he dazzles his guests with the display of some costly toy, affects himself to see nothing considerable in it. 4. That such a one shows his breeding, that it is easy to perceive he is no gentleman. A speech from the poorer sort of people, which always indicates that the party vituperated is a gentleman. The very fact which they deny is that which galls and exasperates them to use this language. The forbearance with which it is usually received is a proof what interpretation the bystander sets upon it. Of a kin to this, and still less politic, are the phrases with which, in their street rhetoric, they ply one another more grossly. He is a poor creature, he has not a rag to cover, etc., though this last, we confess, is more frequently applied by females to females. They do not perceive that the satire glances upon themselves. A poor man, of all things in the world, should not upbraid an antagonist with poverty. Are there no other topics, as to tell him his father was hanged, his sister, etc., without exposing a secret which should be kept snug between them, and doing an affront to the order to which they have the honour equally to belong? All this while they do not see how the wealthier man stands by and laughs in his sleeve at both. 5. That the poor copy the vices of the rich. A smooth text to the latter, and preached from the pulpit, is sure of a docile audience from the pews lined with satin. It is twice sitting upon velvet to a foolish squire, to be told that he, and not perverse nature, as the homilies would make us imagine, is the true cause of all the irregularities in his parish. This is striking at the root of free will indeed, and denying the originality of sin in any sense. But men are not such implicit sheep as this comes to. If the abstinence from evil on the part of the upper classes is to derive itself from no higher principle than the apprehension of setting ill patterns to the lower, we beg leave to discharge them from all squeamishness on that score. They may even take their fill of pleasures where they can find them. The genius of poverty, hampered and straitened as it is not so barren of invention, but it can trade upon the staple of its own vice, without drawing upon their capital. The poor are not quite such servile imitators as they take them for. Some of them are very clever artists in their way. Here and there we find an original. Who taught the poor to steal, to pilfer? They did not go to the great for schoolmasters in these faculties, surely. It is well if, in some vices, they allow us to be no copyists. In no other sense is it true that the poor copy them than as servants may be said to take after their masters and mistresses, when they succeed to their reversionary cold meats. If the master, from indisposition or some other cause, neglect his food, the servant dines notwithstanding. Oh, but some will say, the force of example is great. We knew a lady who was so scrupulous on this head that she would put up with the calls of the most impertinent visitor, rather than let her servants say she was not at home, for fear of teaching her maid to tell an untruth, and this in the very face of the fact, which she knew well enough, that the wench was one of the greatest liars upon the earth without teaching, so much so that her mistress possibly never heard 2 words of consecutive truth from her in her life. But nature must go for nothing. Example must be everything. This liar in grain, who never opened her mouth without a lie, must be guarded against a remote inference, which she, pretty casuist, might possibly draw from a form of words literally false, but essentially deceiving no one, that under some circumstances a fib might not be so exceedingly sinful, a fiction, too, not at all in her own way, or one that she could be suspected of adopting, for few servant wenches care to be denied to visitors. This word example reminds us of another fine word which is in use upon these occasions, encouragement. People in our sphere must not be thought to give encouragement to such proceedings. To such a frantic height is this principle capable of being carried, that we have known individuals who have thought it within the scope of their influence to sanction despair and give éclat to suicide. A domestic in the family of a county member lately deceased, for love or some unknown cause, cut his throat, but not successfully. The poor fellow was otherwise much loved and respected, and great interest was used in his behalf upon his recovery, that he might be permitted to retain his place, his word being first pledged, not without some substantial sponsors to promise for him, that the like should never happen again. His master was inclinable to keep him, but his mistress thought otherwise, and John in the end was dismissed, her ladyship declaring that she could not think of encouraging any such doings in the county. 6. That enough is as good as a feast. Not a man, woman, or child in 10 miles round Guildhall who really believes this saying. The inventor of it did not believe it himself. It was made in revenge by somebody who was disappointed of a regale. It is a vile, cold scrag of mutton sophism, a lie palmed upon the palate which knows better things. If nothing else could be said for a feast, this is sufficient, that from the superflux there is usually something left for the next day. Morally interpreted, it belongs to a class of proverbs which have a tendency to make us undervalue money. Of this cast are those notable observations that money is not health, riches cannot purchase everything, the metaphor which makes gold to be mere muck, with the morality which traces fine clothing to the sheep's back, and denounces pearl as the unhandsome excretion of an oyster. Hence, too, the phrase which imputes dirt to acres, a sophistry so barefaced that even the literal sense of it is true only in a wet season. This, and abundance of similar sage saws, assuming to inculcate content, we verily believe to have been the invention of some cunning borrower, who had designs upon the purse of his wealthier neighbour, which he could only hope to carry by force of these verbal jugglings. Translate any one of these sayings out of the artful metonyme which envelops it, and the trick is apparent. Goodly legs and shoulders of mutton, exhilarating cordials, books, pictures, the opportunities of seeing foreign countries, independence, heart's ease, a man's own time to himself, are not muck, however we may be pleased to scandalize with that appellation the faithful metal that provides them for us. 7. Of two disputants, the warmest is generally in the wrong. Our experience would lead us to quite an opposite conclusion. Temper, indeed, is no test of truth, but warmth and earnestness are a proof at least of a man's own conviction of the rectitude of that which he maintains. Coolness is as often the result of an unprincipled indifference to truth or falsehood, as of a sober confidence in a man's own side in a dispute. Nothing is more insulting sometimes than the appearance of this philosophic temper. There is little Titubus, the stammering law-stationer in Lincoln's Inn. We have seldom known this shrewd little fellow engaged in an argument where we were not convinced he had the best of it, if his tongue would but fairly have seconded him. When he has been spluttering excellent broken sense for an hour together, writhing and labouring to be delivered of the point of dispute, the very gist of the controversy knocking at his teeth, which, like some obstinate iron grating, still obstructed its deliverance, his puny frame convulsed, and face reddening all over at an unfairness in the logic which he wanted articulation to expose, it has moved our gall to see a smooth portly fellow of an adversary, that cared not a button for the merits of the question, by merely laying his hand upon the head of the stationer, and desiring him to be calm. Your tall disputants have always the advantage. With a provoking sneer, carry the argument clean from him in the opinion of all the bystanders, who have gone away clearly convinced that Titubus must have been in the wrong, because he was in a passion, and that Mr. Blank, meaning his opponent, is one of the fairest, and at the same time one of the most dispassionate arguers breathing. 8. That verbal allusions are not wit, because they will not bear a translation. The same might be said of the wittiest local allusions. A custom is sometimes as difficult to explain to a foreigner as a pun. What would become of a great part of the wit of the last age if it were tried by this test? How would certain topics, as aldermanity, cuckoldry, have sounded to a Terentian auditory, though Terence himself had been alive to translate them? Senator Urbanus, with coruca to boot for a synonym, would but faintly have done the business. Words involving notions are hard enough to render. It is too much to expect us to translate a sound, and give an elegant version to a jingle. The Virgilian harmony is not translatable, but by substituting harmonious sounds in another language for it. To Latinize a pun, we must seek a pun in Latin that will answer to it, as, to give an idea of the double endings in Hudibras, we must have recourse to a similar practice in the old monkish doggerel. Dennis, the fiercest oppugner of puns in ancient or modern times, professes himself highly tickled with the astic, chiming to ecclesiastic. Yet what is this but a species of pun, a verbal consonance? End of Essay 24, Part 1. Essay 24, Part 2 of The Last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. Popular fallacies. 9. That the worst puns are the best. If by worst be only meant the most far-fetched and startling, we agree to it. A pun is not bound by the laws which limit nicer wit. It is a pistol let off at the ear, not a feather to tickle the intellect. It is an antic which does not stand upon manners, but comes bounding into the presence, and does not show the less comic for being dragged in sometimes by the head and shoulders. What though it limp a little, or prove defective in one leg? All the better. A pun may easily be too curious and artificial. Who has not at one time or other been at a party of professors, himself perhaps an old offender in that line, where, after ringing a round of the most ingenious conceits, every man contributing his shot, and some there the most expert shooters of the day, after making a poor word run the gauntlet till it is ready to drop, after hunting and winding it through all the possible ambages of similar sounds, after squeezing and hauling and tugging at it, till the very milk of it will not yield a drop further. Suddenly some obscure, unthought-of fellow in a corner, who was never prenticed to the trade, whom the company for very pity passed over, as we do by a known poor man when a money subscription is going round, no one calling upon him for his quota, has all at once come out with something so whimsical, yet so pertinent, so brazen in its pretensions, yet so impossible to be denied, so exquisitely good, and so deplorably bad at the same time, that it has proved a Robin Hood shot. Anything ulterior to that is despaired of, and the party breaks up, unanimously voting it to be the very worst, that is, best, pun of the evening. This species of wit is the better for not being perfect in all its parts. What it gains in completeness it loses in naturalness. The more exactly it satisfies the critical, the less hold it has upon some other faculties. The puns which are most entertaining are those which will least bear an analysis. Of this kind is the following, recorded with a sort of stigma in one of Swift's Miscellanies. An Oxford scholar, meeting a porter who was carrying a hare through the streets, accosts him with this extraordinary question: "Prithee, friend, is that thy own hair, or a wig?" There is no excusing this, and no resisting it. A man might blur 10 sides of paper in attempting a defence of it against a critic who should be laughter-proof. The quibble in itself is not considerable. It is only a new turn given by a little false pronunciation to a very common, though not very courteous, inquiry. Put by one gentleman to another at a dinner-party, it would have been vapid. To the mistress of the house it would have shown much less wit than rudeness. We must take in the totality of time, place, and person, the pert look of the inquiring scholar, the desponding look of the puzzled porter, the one stopping at leisure, the other hurrying on with his burthen, the innocent, though rather abrupt, tendency of the first member of the question, with the utter and inextricable irrelevancy of the second, the place a public street, not favourable to frivolous investigations, the affrontive quality of the primitive inquiry, the common question, invidiously transferred to the derivative, the new turn given to it in the implied satire, namely, that few of that tribe are expected to eat of the good things which they carry, they being, in most countries, considered rather as the temporary trustees than owners of such dainties, which the fellow was beginning to understand, but then the wig again comes in, and he can make nothing of it. All put together constitute a picture. Hogarth could have made it intelligible on canvas. Yet 9 out of 10 critics will pronounce this a very bad pun, because of the defectiveness in the concluding member, which is its very beauty, and constitutes the surprise. The same persons shall cry up for admirable the cold quibble from Virgil about the broken Cremona, Swift, because it is made out in all its parts, and leaves nothing to the imagination. We venture to call it cold, because of thousands who have admired it, it will be difficult to find one who has heartily chuckled at it. As appealing to the judgment merely, setting the risible faculty aside, we must pronounce it a monument of curious felicity. But as some stories are said to be too good to be true, it may with equal truth be asserted of this bi-verbal allusion that it is too good to be natural. One cannot help suspecting that the incident was invented to fit the line. It would have been better had it been less perfect. Like some Virgilian hemistiches, it has suffered by filling up. The nimium vicina was enough in conscience. The Cremona afterwards loads it. It is, in fact, a double pun, and we have always observed that a superfetation in this sort of wit is dangerous. When a man has said a good thing, it is seldom politic to follow it up. We do not care to be cheated a second time, or perhaps the mind of man, with reverence be it spoken, is not capacious enough to lodge 2 puns at a time. The impression, to be forcible, must be simultaneous and undivided. 10. That handsome is that handsome does. Those who use this proverb can never have seen Mrs. Conrady. The soul, if we may believe Plotinus, is a ray from the celestial beauty. As she partakes more or less of this heavenly light, she informs with corresponding characters the fleshly tenement which she chooses, and frames to herself a suitable mansion. All which only proves that the soul of Mrs. Conrady, in her pre‐existent state, was no great judge of architecture. To the same effect, in a hymn in honour of beauty, divine Spenser, Platonizing, sings: "Every spirit, as it is more pure, and hath in it the more of heavenly light, so it the fairer body doth procure to habit in, and it more fairly dight with cheerful grace and amiable sight. For of the soul the body form doth take, for soul is form, and doth the body make." But Spenser, it is clear, never saw Mrs. Conrady. These poets, we find, are no safe guides in philosophy, for here, in his very next stanza but one, is a saving clause, which throws us all out again, and leaves us as much to seek as ever. "Yet oft it falls that many a gentle mind dwells in deformed tabernacle drowned, either by chance against the course of kind, or through unaptness in the substance found, which it assumed of some stubborn ground, that will not yield unto her form's direction, but is performed with some foul imperfection." From which it would follow that Spenser had seen somebody like Mrs. Conrady. The spirit of this good lady, her previous anima, must have stumbled upon one of these untoward tabernacles which he speaks of. A more rebellious commodity of clay for a ground, as the poet calls it, no gentle mind, and sure hers is one of the gentlest, ever had to deal with. Pondering upon her inexplicable visage, inexplicable we mean but by this modification of the theory, we have come to a conclusion that if one must be plain, it is better to be plain all over than, amidst a tolerable residue of features, to hang out one that shall be exceptionable. No one can say of Mrs. Conrady's countenance that it would be better if she had but a nose. It is impossible to pull her to pieces in this manner. We have seen the most malicious beauties of her own sex baffled in the attempt at a selection. The tout ensemble defies particularizing. It is too complete, too consistent, as we may say, to admit of these invidious reservations. It is not as if some Apelles had picked out here a lip and there a chin, out of the collected ugliness of Greece, to frame a model by. It is a symmetrical whole. We challenge the minutest connoisseur to cavil at any part or parcel of the countenance in question, to say that this or that is improperly placed. We are convinced that true ugliness, no less than is affirmed of true beauty, is the result of harmony. Like that, too, it reigns without a competitor. No one ever saw Mrs. Conrady without pronouncing her to be the plainest woman that he ever met with in the course of his life. The first time that you are indulged with a sight of her face is an era in your existence ever after. You are glad to have seen it, like Stonehenge. No one can pretend to forget it. No one ever apologized to her for meeting her in the street on such a day and not knowing her. The pretext would be too bare. Nobody can mistake her for another. Nobody can say of her, "I think I have seen that face somewhere, but I cannot call to mind where." You must remember that in such a parlour it first struck you like a bust. You wondered where the owner of the house had picked it up. You wondered more when it began to move its lips, so mildly too. No one ever thought of asking her to sit for her picture. Lockets are for remembrance, and it would be clearly superfluous to hang an image at your heart, which, once seen, can never be out of it. It is not a mean face either. Its entire originality precludes that. Neither is it of that order of plain faces which improve upon acquaintance. Some very good but ordinary people, by an unwearied perseverance in good offices, put a cheat upon our eyes, juggle our senses out of their natural impressions, and set us upon discovering good indications in a countenance which at first sight promised nothing less. We detect gentleness which had escaped us, lurking about an under lip. But when Mrs. Conrady has done you a service, her face remains the same. When she has done you 1,000, and you know that she is ready to double the number, still it is that individual face. Neither can you say of it that it would be a good face if it was not marked by the small-pox, a compliment which is always more admissive than excusatory, for either Mrs. Conrady never had the small-pox, or, as we say, took it kindly. No, it stands upon its own merits fairly. There it is her mark, her token, that which she is known by. 11. That we must not look a gift-horse in the mouth, nor a lady's age in the parish register. We hope we have more delicacy than to do either, but some faces spare us the trouble of these dental inquiries. And what if the beast, which my friend would force upon my acceptance, prove, upon the face of it, a sorry Rosinante, a lean, ill-favoured jade, whom no gentleman could think of setting up in his stables? Must I, rather than not be obliged to my friend, make her a companion to Eclipse or Lightfoot? A horse-giver, no more than a horse-seller, has a right to palm his spavined article upon us for good wear. An equivalent is expected in either case, and with my own good will I would no more be cheated out of my thanks than out of my money. Some people have a knack of putting upon you gifts of no real value, to engage you to substantial gratitude. We thank them for nothing. Our friend Metus carries this humour of never refusing a present to the very point of absurdity. If it were possible to couple the ridiculous with so much mistaken delicacy and real good nature. Not an apartment in his fine house, and he has a true taste in household decorations, but is stuffed up with some preposterous print or mirror, the worst adapted to his panels that may be, the presence of his friends that know his weakness, while his noble Vandykes are displaced, to make room for a set of daubs, the work of some wretched artist of his acquaintance, who, having had them returned upon his hands for bad likenesses, finds his account in bestowing them here gratis. The good creature has not the heart to mortify the painter at the expense of an honest refusal. It is pleasant, if it did not vex one at the same time, to see him sitting in his dining-parlour, surrounded with obscure aunts and cousins to God knows whom, while the true Lady Marys and Lady Bettys of his own honourable family, in favour to these adopted frights, are consigned to the staircase and the lumber-room. In like manner, his goodly shelves are one by one stripped of his favourite old authors, to give place to a collection of presentation copies, the flower and bran of modern poetry. A presentation copy, reader, if haply you are yet innocent of such favours, is a copy of a book which does not sell, sent you by the author, with his foolish autograph at the beginning of it, for which, if a stranger, he only demands your friendship. If a brother author, he expects from you a book of yours, which does sell, in return. We can speak to experience, having by us a tolerable assortment of these gift-horses. Not to ride a metaphor to death, we are willing to acknowledge that in some gifts there is sense. A duplicate out of a friend's library, where he has more than one copy of a rare author, is intelligible. There are favours, short of the pecuniary, a thing not fit to be hinted at among gentlemen, which confer as much grace upon the acceptor as the offerer. The kind, we confess, which is most to our palate, is of those little conciliatory missives, which for their vehicle generally choose a hamper, little odd presents of game, fruit, perhaps wine, though it is essential to the delicacy of the latter that it be home-made. We love to have our friend in the country sitting thus at our table by proxy, to apprehend his presence, though 100 miles may be between us, by a turkey, whose goodly aspect reflects to us his plump corpusculum, to taste him in grouse or woodcock, to feel him gliding down in the toast peculiar to the latter, to concorporate him in a slice of Canterbury brawn. This is indeed to have him with ourselves, to know him intimately. Such participation is, methinks, unitive, as the old theologians phrase it. For these considerations we should be sorry if certain restrictive regulations, which are thought to bear hard upon the peasantry of this country, were entirely done away with. A hare, as the law now stands, makes many friends. Caius conciliates Titius, knowing his gout, with a leash of partridges. Titius, suspecting his partiality for them, passes them to Lucius, who, in his turn, preferring his friend's relish to his own, makes them over to Marcius, till in their ever-widening progress and round of unconscious circummigration, they distribute the seeds of harmony over half a parish. We are well disposed to this kind of sensible remembrances, and are the less apt to be taken by those little airy tokens, impalpable to the palate, which under the names of rings, lockets, keepsakes, amuse some people's fancy mightily. We could never away with these indigestible trifles. They are the very kickshaws and foppery of friendship. 12. That home is home, though it is never so homely. Homes there are, we are sure, that are no homes. The home of the very poor man, and another which we shall speak to presently. Crowded places of cheap entertainment, and the benches of alehouses, if they could speak, might bear mournful testimony to the first. To them the very poor man resorts for an image of the home which he cannot find at home, for a starved grate and a scanty firing that is not enough to keep alive the natural heat in the fingers of so many shivering children with their mother. He finds in the depth of winter always a blazing hearth and a hob to warm his pittance of beer by. Instead of the clamours of a wife made gaunt by famishing, he meets with a cheerful attendance beyond the merits of the trifle which he can afford to spend. He has companions which his home denies him, for the very poor man has no visitors. He can look into the goings-on of the world, and speak a little to politics. At home there are no politics stirring but the domestic. All interests, real or imaginary, all topics that should expand the mind of man and connect him to a sympathy with general existence, are crushed in the absorbing consideration of food to be obtained for the family. Beyond the price of bread, news is senseless and impertinent. At home there is no larder. Here there is at least a show of plenty, and while he cooks his lean scrap of butcher's meat before the common bars, or munches his humbler cold viands, his relishing bread and cheese with an onion in a corner, when no one reflects upon his poverty, he has sight of the substantial joint providing for the landlord and his family. He takes an interest in the dressing of it, and while he assists in removing the trivet from the fire, he feels that there is such a thing as beef and cabbage, which he was beginning to forget at home. All this while he deserts his wife and children. But what wife and what children? Prosperous men, who object to this desertion, image to themselves some clean, contented family, like that which they go home to. But look at the countenance of the poor wives who follow and persecute their good man to the door of the public house which he is about to enter, when something like shame would restrain him, if stronger misery did not induce him to pass the threshold. That face, ground by want, in which every cheerful, every conversible lineament has been long effaced by misery, is that a face to stay at home with? Is it more a woman or a wild cat? Alas, it is the face of the wife of his youth that once smiled upon him. It can smile no longer. What comforts can it share? What burthens can it lighten? Oh, 'tis a fine thing to talk of the humble meal shared together. But what if there be no bread in the cupboard? The innocent prattle of his children takes out the sting of a man's poverty. But the children of the very poor do not prattle. It is none of the least frightful features in that condition, that there is no childishness in its dwellings. Poor people, said a sensible old nurse to us once, do not bring up their children, they drag them up. The little careless darling of the wealthier nursery, in their hovel, is transformed betimes into a premature, reflecting person. No one has time to dandle it, no one thinks it worth while to coax it, to soothe it, to toss it up and down, to humour it. There is none to kiss away its tears. If it cries it can only be beaten. It has been prettily said that a babe is fed with milk and praise, but the aliment of this poor babe was thin, unnourishing, the return to its little baby tricks and efforts to engage attention, bitter, ceaseless objurgation. It never had a toy, or knew what a coral meant. It grew up without the lullaby of nurses. It was a stranger to the patient fondle, the hushing caress, the attracting novelty, the costlier plaything, or the cheaper off-hand contrivance to divert the child, the prattled nonsense best sense to it, the wise impertinences, the wholesome lies, the apt story interposed, that puts a stop to present sufferings, and awakens the passion of young wonder. It was never sung to. No one ever told to it a tale of the nursery. It was dragged up to live or to die as it happened. It had no young dreams. It broke at once into the iron realities of life. A child exists not for the very poor as any object of dalliance. It is only another mouth to be fed, a pair of little hands to be betimes inured to labour. It is the rival, till it can be the co-operator for food with the parent. It is never his mirth, his diversion, his solace. It never makes him young again with recalling his young times. The children of the very poor have no young times. It makes the very heart to bleed to overhear the casual street talk between a poor woman and her little girl, a woman of the better sort of poor, in a condition rather above the squalid beings which we have been contemplating. It is not of toys, of nursery books, of summer holidays fitting that age, of the promised sight or play, of praised sufficiency at school. It is of mangling and clear-starching, of the price of coals or of potatoes, the questions of the child that should be the very outpourings of curiosity and idleness, are marked with forecast and melancholy providence. It has come to be a woman before it was a child. It has learned to go to market. It chaffers, it haggles, it envies, it murmurs. It is knowing, acute, sharpened. It never prattles. Had we not reason to say that the home of the very poor is no home? There is yet another home which we are constrained to deny to be one. It has a larder, which the home of the poor man wants, its fireside conveniences, of which the poor dream not. But with all this, it is no home. It is the house of the man that is infested with many visitors. May we be branded for the veriest churl if we deny our heart to the many noble-hearted friends that at times exchange their dwelling for our poor roof. It is not of guests that we complain, but of endless, purposeless visitants, droppers in, as they are called. We sometimes wonder from what sky they fall. It is the very error of the position of our lodging. Its horoscopy was ill calculated, being just situate in a medium, a plaguy suburban mid-space, fitted to catch idlers from town or country. We are older than we were, and age is easily put out of its way. We have fewer sands in our glass to reckon upon, and we cannot brook to see them drop in endlessly succeeding impertinences. At our time of life, to be alone sometimes is as needful as sleep. It is the refreshing sleep of the day. The growing infirmities of age manifest themselves in nothing more strongly than in an inveterate dislike of interruption. The thing which we are doing, we wish to be permitted to do. We have neither much knowledge nor devices, but there are fewer in the place to which we hasten. We are not willingly put out of our way, even at a game of ninepins. While youth was, we had vast reversions in time future. We are reduced to a present pittance, and obliged to economize in that article. We bleed away our moments now as hardly as our ducats. We cannot bear to have our thin wardrobe eaten and fretted into by moths. We are willing to barter our good time with a friend who gives us in exchange his own. Herein is the distinction between the genuine guest and the visitant. This latter takes your good time and gives you his bad in exchange. The guest is domestic to you as your good cat or household bird. The visitant is your fly that flaps in at your window and out again, leaving nothing but a sense of disturbance and victuals spoiled. The inferior functions of life begin to move heavily. We cannot concoct our food with interruptions. Our chief meal, to be nutritive, must be solitary. With difficulty we can eat before a guest, and never understood what the relish of public feasting meant. Meats have no sepaw, nor digestion fair play in a crowd. The unexpected coming in of a visitant stops the machine. There is a punctual generation who time their calls to the precise commencement of your dining hour, not to eat, but to see you eat. Our knife and fork drop instinctively, and we feel that we have swallowed our latest morsel. Others again show their genius, as we have said, in knocking the moment you have just sat down to a book. They have a peculiar compassionating sneer with which they hope that they do not interrupt your studies, though they flutter off the next moment to carry their impertinences to the nearest student that they can call their friend. The tone of the book is spoiled. We shut the leaves, and, with Dante's lovers, read no more that day. It were well if the effect of intrusion were simply coextensive with its presence, but it mars all the good hours afterwards. These scratches in appearance leave an orifice that closes not hastily. It is a prostitution of the bravery of friendship, says worthy Bishop Taylor, to spend it upon impertinent people who are, it may be, loads to their families, but can never ease my loads. This is the secret of their gaddings, their visits, and morning calls. They too have homes, which are no homes. 13. That you must love me, and love my dog. Good sir, or madam, as it may be, we most willingly embrace the offer of your friendship. We long have known your excellent qualities. We have wished to have you nearer to us, to hold you within the very innermost fold of our heart. We can have no reserve towards a person of your open and noble nature. The frankness of your humour suits us exactly. We have been long looking for such a friend. Quick, let us disburthen our troubles into each other's bosom. Let us make our single joys shine by reduplication. But, yap, 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 what is this confounded cur? He has fastened his tooth, which is none of the bluntest, just in the fleshy part of my leg. It is my dog, sir. You must love him for my sake. Here, test, test, test. But he has bitten me. Ay, that he is apt to do, till you are better acquainted with him. I have had him 3 years. He never bites me. Yap, yap, yap. He is at it again. Oh, sir, you must not kick him. He does not like to be kicked. I expect my dog to be treated with all the respect due to myself. But do you always take him out with you? when you go a friendship hunting? Invariably. 'Tis the sweetest, prettiest, best conditioned animal. I call him my test, the touchstone by which I try a friend. No one can properly be said to love me who does not love him. Excuse us, dear sir or madam aforesaid, if, upon further consideration, we are obliged to decline the otherwise invaluable offer of your friendship. We do not like dogs. Mighty well, sir. You know the conditions. You may have worse offers. Come along, Test. The above dialogue is not so imaginary, but that in the intercourse of life we have had frequent occasions of breaking off an agreeable intimacy by reason of these canine appendages. They do not always come in the shape of dogs. They sometimes wear the more plausible and human character of kinsfolk, near acquaintances, my friend's friend, his partner, his wife, or his children. We could never yet form a friendship, not to speak of more delicate correspondences, however much to our taste, without the intervention of some third anomaly, some impertinent clog affixed to the relation, the understood dog in the proverb. The good things of life are not to be had singly, but come to us with a mixture, like a schoolboy's holiday, with a task affixed to the tail of it. What a delightful companion is X, if he did not always bring his tall cousin with him! He seems to grow with him, like some of those double births which we remember to have read of with such wonder and delight in the old Athenian oracle, where Swift commenced author by writing Pindaric odes (what a beginning for him!) upon Sir William Temple. There is the picture of the brother, with the little brother peeping out at his shoulder, a species of fraternity which we have no name of kin close enough to comprehend. When X comes poking in his head and shoulders into your room, as if to feel his entry, you think, surely you have now got him to yourself. What a 3 hours' chat we shall have! But ever in the haunch of him, and before his diffident body is well disclosed in your apartment, appears the haunting shadow of the cousin, overpeering his modest kinsman, and sure to overlay the expected good talk with his insufferable procerity of stature and uncorresponding dwarfishness of observation. Misfortunes seldom come alone. 'Tis hard when a blessing comes accompanied. Cannot we, like Sempronia, without sitting down to chess with her eternal brother? Or know Sulpicia, without knowing all the round of her card-playing relations? Must my friend's brethren of necessity be mine also? Must we be hand and glove with Dick Selby the parson, or Jack Selby the calico printer, because W.S., who is neither, but a ripe wit and a critic, has the misfortune to claim a common parentage with them? Let him lay down his brothers, and 'tis odds but we will cast him in a pair of ours (we have a superflux) to balance the concession. Let F.H. lay down his garrulous uncle, and Honorius dismiss his vapid wife, and superfluous establishment of 6 boys, things between boy and manhood, too ripe for play, too raw for conversation, that come in impudently staring their father's old friend out of countenance, and will neither aid nor let alone the conference, that we may once more meet upon equal terms, as we were wont to do in the disengaged state of bachelorhood. It is well if your friend or mistress be content with these canicular probations. Few young ladies but in this sense keep a dog. But when Rutilia hounds at you her tiger aunt, or Ruspina expects you to cherish and fondle her viper sister, whom she has preposterously taken into her bosom to try stinging conclusions upon your constancy, they must not complain if the house be rather thin of suitors. Scylla must have broken off many excellent matches in her time, if she insisted upon all that loved her, loving her dogs also. An excellent story to this moral is told of Merry of Delacruscan memory. In tender youth he loved and courted a modest appanage to the opera, in truth a dancer, who had won him by the artless contrast between her manners and situation. She seemed to him a native violet that had been transplanted by some rude accident into that exotic and artificial hotbed, nor, in truth, was she less genuine and sincere than she appeared to him. He wooed and won this flower only for appearance sake, and for due honour to the bride's relations. She craved that she might have the attendance of her friends and kindred at the approaching solemnity. The request was too amiable not to be conceded, and in this solicitude for conciliating the good-will of more relations, he found a presage of her superior attentions to himself, when the golden shaft should have killed the flock of all affections else. The morning came, and at the Star and Garter, Richmond, the place appointed for the breakfasting, accompanied with one English friend, he impatiently awaited what reinforcements the bride should bring to grace the ceremony. A rich muster she had made. They came in 6 coaches, the whole corps du ballet, French, Italian, men and women. Monsieur de Beau, the famous pirouetter of the day, led his fair spouse, but craggy from the banks of the Seine. The prima donna had sent her excuse, but the first and second buffa were there, and Signor Scaparelli, and Signora Chamien, and Madame Violetta, with a countless cavalcade besides of choruses, figurantes, at the sight of whom Mary afterwards declared that then for the first time it struck him seriously that he was about to marry a dancer. But there was no help for it. Besides, it was her day. These were, in fact, her friends and kinsfolk. The assemblage, though whimsical, was all very natural. But when the bride, handing out of the last coach a still more extraordinary figure than the rest, presented to him as her father, the gentleman that was to give her away, no less a person than Signor Delpini himself, with a sort of pride, as much as to say, "See what I have brought to do us honour." The thought of so extraordinary a paternity quite overcame him, and slipping away under some pretence from the bride and her motley adherents, poor Mary took horse from the back yard to the nearest sea coast, from which, shipping himself to America, he shortly after consoled himself with a more congenial match in the person of Miss Brunton, relieved from his intended clown father, and a bevy of painted buffars for bridesmaids. 14. That we should rise with the lark. At what precise minute that little airy musician doffs his night-gear, and prepares to tune up his unseasonable matins, we are not naturalists enough to determine. But for a mere human gentleman, that has no orchestra business to call him from his warm bed to such preposterous exercises, we take 10 or half after 10, 11, of course, during this Christmas solstice, to be the very earliest hour at which he can begin to think of abandoning his pillow. To think of it, we say, for to do it in earnest requires another half-hour's good consideration. Not but there are pretty sun-risings, as we are told, and such like gauds abroad in the world, in summer-time especially, some hours before what we have assigned, which a gentleman may see, as they say, only for getting up. But having been tempted once or twice in earlier life to assist at those ceremonies, we confess our curiosity abated. We are no longer ambitious of being the sun's courtiers, to attend at his morning levees. We hold the good hours of the dawn too sacred to waste them upon such observances, which have in them, besides, something pagan and Persic. To say truth, we never anticipated our usual hour, or got up with the sun, as 'tis called, to go a journey, or upon a foolish whole day's pleasuring, but we suffered for it all the long hours after in listlessness and headaches, Nature herself sufficiently declaring her sense of our presumption in aspiring to regulate our frail waking courses by the measures of that celestial and sleepless traveller. We deny not that there is something sprightly and vigorous, at the outset especially, in these break-of-day excursions. It is flattering to get the start of a lazy world, to conquer death by proxy in his image. But the seeds of sleep and mortality are in us, and we pay usually in strange qualms before night falls the penalty of the unnatural inversion. Therefore, while the busy part of mankind are fast huddling on their clothes, are already up and about their occupations, content to have swallowed their sleep by wholesale, we chose to linger abed and digest our dreams. It is the very time to recombine the wandering images which night in a confused mass presented, to snatch them from forgetfulness, to shape and mould them. Some people have no good of their dreams. Like fast feeders, they gulp them too grossly to taste them curiously. We love to chew the cud of a foregone vision, to collect the scattered rays of a brighter phantasm, or act over again with firmer nerves the sadder nocturnal tragedies, to drag into daylight a struggling and half-vanishing nightmare, to handle and examine the terrors or the airy solaces. We have too much respect for these spiritual communications to let them go so lightly. We are not so stupid or so careless as that imperial forgetter of his dreams, that we should need a seer to remind us of the form of them. They seem to us to have as much significance as our waking concerns, or rather to import us more nearly, as more nearly we approach by years to the shadowy world whither we are hastening. We have shaken hands with the world's business, we have done with it, we have discharged ourselves of it. Why should we get up? We have neither suit to solicit, nor affairs to manage. The drama has shut in upon us at the fourth act. We have nothing here to expect, but in a short time a sick bed and a dismissal. We delight to anticipate death by such shadows as night affords. We are already half acquainted with ghosts. We were never much in the world. Disappointment early struck a dark veil between us and its dazzling illusions. Our spirits showed grey before our hairs. The mighty changes of the world already appear as but the vain stuff out of which dramas are composed. We have asked no more of life than what the mimic images in playhouses present us with. Even those types have waxed fainter. Our clock appears to have struck. We are superannuated. In this dearth of mundane satisfaction, we contract politic alliances with shadows. It is good to have friends at court. The abstracted media of dreams seems no ill introduction to that spiritual presence upon which in no long time we expect to be thrown. We are trying to know a little of the usages of that colony, to learn the language and the faces we shall meet with there, that we may be the less awkward at our first coming among them. We willingly call a phantom our fellow, as knowing we shall soon be of their dark companionship. Therefore we cherish dreams. We try to spell in them the alphabet of the invisible world, and think we know already how it shall be with us. Those uncouth shapes, which, while we clung to flesh and blood, affrighted us, have become familiar. We feel attenuated into their meagre essences, and have given the hand of half-way approach to incorporeal being. We once thought life to be something, but it has unaccountably fallen from us before its time. Therefore we choose to dally with visions. The sun has no purposes of ours to light us to. Why should we get up? 15. That we should lie down with the Lamb. We could never quite understand the philosophy of this arrangement, or the wisdom of our ancestors in sending us for instruction to these woolly bedfellows. A sheep, when it is dark, has nothing to do but to shut his silly eyes and sleep if he can. Man found out long sixes. Hail, candle-light! Without disparagement to sun or moon, the kindliest luminary of the three, if we may not rather style thee their radiant deputy, mild viceroy of the moon. We love to read, talk, sit silent, eat, drink, sleep by candle-light. They are everybody's sun and moon. This is our peculiar and household planet. Wanting it, what savage, unsocial nights must our ancestors have spent, wintering in caves and unillumined fastnesses. They must have lain about and grumbled at one another in the dark. What repartees could have passed when he must have felt about for a smile, and handled a neighbour's cheek to be sure that he understood it? This accounts for the seriousness of the elder poetry. It has a sombre cast, try Hesiod or Ossian, derived from the tradition of those unlanterned nights. Jokes came in with candles. We wonder how they saw to pick up a pin, if they had any. How did they sup? What a mélange of chance carving they must have made of it! Here one had got a leg of a goat when he wanted a horse's shoulder. There another had dipped his scooped palm in a kidskin of wild honey when he meditated right mare's milk. There is neither good eating nor drinking in fresco. Who even in these civilized times has never experienced this, when at some economic table he has commenced dining after dusk, and waited for the flavour till the lights came? The senses absolutely give and take reciprocally. Can you tell pork from veal in the dark, or distinguish Sherris from pure Malaga? Take away the candle from the smoking man. By the glimmering of the left ashes he knows that he is still smoking, but he knows it only by an inference, till the restored light, coming in aid of the olfactories, reveals to both senses the full aroma. Then how he redoubles his puffs, how he burnishes! There is absolutely no such thing as reading but by a candle. We have tried the affectation of a book at noonday in gardens and in sultry arbours, but it was labour thrown away. Those gay motes in the beam come about you, hovering and teasing like so many coquettes, that will have you all to theirself, and are jealous of your abstractions. By the midnight taper the writer digests his meditations. By the same light we must approach to their perusal, if we would catch the flame, the odour. It is a mockery, all that is reported of the influential Phoebus. No true poem ever owed its birth to the sun's light. They are abstracted works, things that were born when none but the still night and his dumb candle saw his pinching throes. Marry, daylight might furnish the images, the crude material, but for the fine shapings, the true turning and filing, as mine author hath it, they must be content to hold their inspiration of the candle. The mild internal light that reveals them like fires on the domestic hearth goes out in the sunshine. Night and silence call out the starry fancies. Milton's morning hymn on Paradise, we would hold a good wager, was penned at midnight, and Taylor's richer description of a sunrise smells decidedly of the taper. Even ourself, in these our humbler lucubrations, tune our best measured cadences. Prose has her cadences, not unfrequently to the charm of the drowsier watchman, blessing the doors, or the wild sweep of winds at midnight. Even now a loftier speculation than we have yet attempted courts our endeavours. We would indite something about the solar system. Betty, bring the candles. 16. That a sulky temper is a misfortune. We grant that it is, and a very serious one, to a man's friends, and to all that have to do with him. But whether the condition of the man himself is so much to be deplored may admit of a question. We can speak a little to it, being ourself but lately recovered, we whisper it in confidence, reader, out of a long and desperate fit of the sullens. Was the cure a blessing? The conviction which wrought it came too clearly to leave a scruple of the fanciful injuries, for they were mere fancies, which had provoked the humour. But the humour itself was too self-pleasing while it lasted. We know how bare we lay ourselves in the confession, to be abandoned all at once with the grounds of it. We still brood over wrongs which we know to have been imaginary, and for our old acquaintance Northrop, whom we find to have been a truer friend than we took him for, we substitute some phantom, a Gaius or a Titius, as like him as we dare to form it, to wreak our yet unsatisfied resentments on. It is mortifying to fall at once from the pinnacle of neglect, to forego the idea of having been ill-used and contumaciously treated by an old friend. The first thing to aggrandize a man in his own conceit is to conceive of himself as neglected. There let him fix if he can. To undeceive him is to deprive him of the most tickling morsel within the range of self-complacency. No flattery can come near it. Happy is he who suspects his friend of an injustice, but supremely blessed who thinks all his friends in a conspiracy to depress and undervalue him. There is a pleasure, we sing not to the profane, far beyond the reach of all that the world counts joy, a deep, enduring satisfaction in the depths where the superficial seek it not, of discontent. Were we to recite one half of this mystery, which we were let into by our late dissatisfaction, all the world would be in love with disrespect. We should wear a slight for a bracelet, and neglects and contumacies would be the only matter for courtship. Unlike to that mysterious book in the Apocalypse, the study of this mystery is unpalatable only in the commencement. The first sting of a suspicion is grievous, but wait, out of that wound, which to flesh and blood seems so difficult, there is balm and honey to be extracted. Your friend passed you on such or such a day, having in his company one that you conceived worse than ambiguously disposed towards you, passed you in the street without notice. To be sure he is something short-sighted, and it was in your power to have accosted him, but facts and sane inferences are trifles to a true adept in the science of dissatisfaction. He must have seen you, and Southey, who was with him, must have been the cause of the contempt. It galls you, and well it may. But have patience. Go home, and make the worst of it, and you are a made man from this time. Shut yourself up, and, rejecting as an enemy to your peace every whispering suggestion that but insinuates there may be a mistake, reflect seriously upon the many lesser instances which you had begun to perceive in proof of your friend's disaffection towards you. None of them singly was much to the purpose, but the aggregate weight is positive, and you have this last affront to clench them. Thus far the process is anything but agreeable, but now to your relief comes in the comparative faculty. You conjure up all the kind feelings you have had for your friend, what you have been to him, and what you would have been to him if he would have suffered you. how you defended him in this or that place, and his good name, his literary reputation, and so forth, was always dearer to you than your own. Your heart, spite of itself, yearns towards him. You could weep tears of blood but for a restraining pride. How say you? Do you not yet begin to apprehend a comfort, some allay of sweetness in the bitter waters? Stop not here, nor penuriously cheat yourself of your reversions. You are on vantage ground. Enlarge your speculations, and take in the rest of your friends, as a spark kindles more sparks. Was there one among them who has not to you proved hollow, false, slippery as water? Begin to think that the relation itself is inconsistent with mortality, that the very idea of friendship, with its component parts, as honour, fidelity, steadiness, exists but in your single bosom. Image yourself to yourself as the only possible friend in a world incapable of that communion. Now the gloom thickens, the little star of self-love twinkles, that is to encourage you through deeper glooms than this. You are not yet at the half-point of your elevation. You are not yet, believe me, half sulky enough. Adverting to the world in general, as these circles in the mind will spread to infinity, reflect with what strange injustice you have been treated in quarters where, setting gratitude and the expectation of friendly returns aside as chimeras, you pretended no claim beyond justice, the naked due of all men. Think the very idea of right and fit fled from the earth, or your breast the solitary receptacle of it, till you have swelled yourself into at least one hemisphere, the other being the vast Arabia stony of your friends and the world aforesaid, to grow bigger every moment in your own conceit, and the world to lessen, to deify yourself at the expense of your species, to judge the world. This is the acme and supreme point of your mystery. These the true pleasures of sulkiness. We profess no more of this grand secret than what ourself experimented on one rainy afternoon in the last week, sulking in our study. We had proceeded to the penultimate point at which the true adept seldom stops, where the consideration of benefit forgot is about to merge in the meditation of general injustice, when a knock at the door was followed by the entrance of the very friend whose not seeing of us in the morning, for we will now confess the case our own, an accidental oversight, had given rise to so much agreeable generalization. To mortify us still more, and take down the whole flattering superstructure which pride had piled upon neglect, he had brought in his hand the identical Southey, in whose favour we had suspected him of the contumacy. Asseverations were needless, where the frank manner of them both was convictive of the injurious nature of the suspicion. We fancied that they perceived our embarrassment, but were too proud, or something else, to confess to the secret of it. We had been but too lately in the condition of the noble patient in Argos. Qui se credebat miros audire tragedos, in vacuo laetus cessor plazorque theatro, and could have exclaimed with equal reason against the friendly hands that cured us, Pol me occidistis, amici, non savastis ait, qui sic extorta voluptas et dentus parvim mentis gratissimus error. End of Essay 24, Part 2. Essay 25 of the last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. On Some of the Old Actors. London Magazine, Feb. 1822. Of all the actors who flourished in my time, a melancholy phrase if taken aright, reader, Bensley had most of the swell of soul, was greatest in the delivery of heroic conceptions, the emotions consequent upon the presentment of a great idea to the fancy. He had the true poetical enthusiasm, the rarest faculty among players. None that I remember possessed even a portion of that fine madness which he threw out in Hotspur's famous rant about glory, or the transports of the Venetian incendiary at the vision of the fired city. See footnote 1. His voice had the dissonance, and, at times, the inspiriting effect of the trumpet. His gait was uncouth and stiff, but no way embarrassed by affectation, and the thoroughbred gentleman was uppermost in every movement. He seized the moment of passion with the greatest truth, like a faithful clock, never striking before the time, never anticipating or leading you to anticipate. He was totally destitute of trick and artifice. He seemed come upon the stage to do the poet's message simply, and he did it with as genuine fidelity as the nuncios in Homer deliver the errands of the gods. He let the passion or the sentiment do its own work without prop or bolstering. He would have scorned to mountebank it, and betrayed none of that cleverness which is the bane of serious acting. For this reason his Iago was the only endurable one which I remember to have seen. No spectator from his action could divine more of his artifice than Othello was supposed to do. His confessions in soliloquy alone put you in possession of the mystery. There were no by-intimations to make the audience fancy their own discernment so much greater than that of the Moor, who commonly stands like a great helpless mark set up for mine ancient, and a quantity of barren spectators to shoot their bolts at. The Iago of Bensley did not go to work so grossly. There was a triumphant tone about the character, natural to a general consciousness of power, but none of that petty vanity which chuckles and cannot contain itself upon any little successful stroke of its knavery, which is common with your small villains and green probationers in mischief. It did not clap or crow before its time. It was not a man setting his wits at a child, and winking all the while at other children, who are mightily pleased at being let into the secret, but a consummate villain, entrapping a noble nature into toils against which no discernment was available, where the manner was as fathomless as the purpose seemed dark and without motive. The part of Malvolio in the Twelfth Night was performed by Bensley with a richness and a dignity of which, to judge from some recent castings of that character, the very tradition must be worn out from the stage. No manager in those days would have dreamed of giving it to Mr. Baddeley or Mr. Parsons. When Bensley was occasionally absent from the theatre, John Kemble thought it no derogation to succeed to the part. Malvolio is not essentially ludicrous. He becomes comic but by accident. He is cold, austere, repelling, but dignified, consistent, and, for what appears, rather of an overstretched morality. Maria describes him as a sort of Puritan, and he might have worn his gold chain with honour in one of our old Roundhead families, in the service of a Lambert or a Lady Fairfax. But his morality and his manners are misplaced in Illyria. He is opposed to the proper levities of the piece, and falls in the unequal contest. Still his pride, or his gravity, call it which you will, is inherent and native to the man, not mock or affected, which latter only are the fit objects to excite laughter. His quality is at the best unlovely, but neither buffoon nor contemptible. His bearing is lofty, a little above his station, but probably not much above his deserts. We see no reason why he should not have been brave, honourable, accomplished. His careless committal of the ring to the ground, which he was commissioned to restore to Cesario, bespeaks a generosity of birth and feeling. See footnote 2. His dialect on all occasions is that of a gentleman and a man of education. We must not confound him with the eternal low steward of comedy. He is master of the household to a great princess, a dignity probably conferred upon him for other respects than age or length of service. See footnote 3. Olivia, at the first indication of his supposed madness, declares that she would not have him miscarry for half of her dowry. Does this look as if the character was meant to appear little or insignificant? Once, indeed, she accuses him to his face. Of what? Of being sick of self-love, but with a gentleness and considerateness which could not have been, if she had not thought that this particular infirmity shaded some virtues. His rebuke to the knight and his sottish revellers is sensible and spirited, and when we take into consideration the unprotected condition of his mistress, and the strict regard with which her state of real or dissembled mourning would draw the eyes of the world upon her house affairs, Malvolio might feel the honour of the family in some sort in his keeping, as it appears not that Olivia had any more brothers or kinsmen to look to it, for Sir Toby had dropped all such nice respects at the buttery hatch. That Malvolio was meant to be represented as possessing some estimable qualities, the expression of the Duke in his anxiety to have him reconciled almost infers. Pursue him, and entreat him to a peace. Even in his abused state of chains and darkness, a sort of greatness seems never to desert him. He argues highly and well with the supposed Sir Topas, see footnote 4, and philosophizes gallantly upon his straw. There must have been some shadow of worth about the man. He must have been something more than a mere vapour, a thing of straw, or Jack in office, before Fabian and Maria could have ventured sending him upon a courting errand to Olivia. There was some consonancy, as he would say, in the undertaking, or the jest would have been too bold even for that house of misrule. There was example for it, said Malvolio. The lady of the Strachey married the yeoman of the wardrobe. Possibly, too, he might remember, for it must have happened about his time, an instance of a Duchess of Malfi, a countrywoman of Olivia's, and her equal at least, descending from her state to court her steward. The misery of them that are born great, they are forced to woo, because none dare woo them. To be sure, the lady was not very tenderly handled for it by her brothers in the sequel, but their vengeance appears to have been whetted rather by her presumption in remarrying at all, when they had meditated the keeping of her fortune in their family, than by her choice of an inferior, of Antonio's noble merits especially, for her husband. And besides, Olivia's brother was just dead. Malvolio was a man of reading, and possibly reflected upon these lines, or something like them, in his own country poetry. Ceremony has made many fools. It is as easy way unto a duchess as to a hatted dame, if her love answer, but that by timorous honours, pale respects, idle degrees of fear, men make their ways hard of themselves. 'Tis but fortune, all is fortune. Maria once told me she did affect me, and I have heard herself come thus near, that, should she fancy, it should be one of my complexion. If here was no encouragement, the devil is in it. I wish we could get at the private history of all this, between the Countess herself, serious or dissembling, for one hardly knows how to apprehend this fantastical great lady, and the practices of that delicious little piece of mischief Maria, the lime twigs laid by Machiavel, the waiting maid. The man might well be wrapped into a fool's paradise. Bensley threw over the part an air of Spanish loftiness. He looked, spake, and moved like an old Castilian. He was starch, spruce, opinionated, but his superstructure of pride seemed bottomed upon a sense of worth. There was something in it beyond the coxcomb. It was big and swelling, but you could not be sure that it was hollow. You might wish to see it taken down, but you felt that it was upon an elevation. He was magnificent from the outset, but when the decent sobrieties of the character began to give way, and the poison of self-love in his conceit of the Countess's affection gradually to work, you would have thought that the hero of La Mancha in person stood before you. How he went smiling to himself, with what ineffable carelessness would he twirl his gold chain! What a dream it was! You were infected with the illusion, and did not wish that it should be removed. You had no room for laughter. If an unseasonable reflection of morality obtruded itself, it was a deep sense of the pitiable infirmity of man's nature that can lay him open to such frenzies. But, in truth, you rather admired than pitied the lunacy while it lasted. You felt that an hour of such mistake was worth an age with the eyes open. Who would not wish to live but for a day in the conceit of such a lady's love as Olivia? Why, the Duke would have given his principality but for a quarter of a minute, sleeping or waking, to have been so deluded. The man seemed to tread upon air, to taste manna, to walk with his head in the clouds, to mate Hyperion. Oh, shake not the castles of his pride. Endure yet for a season bright moments of confidence. Stand still, ye watches of the element, that Malvolio may be still in fancy fair Olivia's lord. But fate and retribution say no. I hear the mischievous titter of Maria, the witty taunts of Sir Toby, the still more insupportable triumph of the foolish knight. The counterfeit Sir Topaz is unmasked, and thus the whirligig of time, as the true clown hath it, brings in his revenges. I confess that I never saw the catastrophe of this character while Bensley played it without a kind of tragic interest. There was good foolery too. Few now remember Dodd. What an ague-cheek the stage lost in him! Lovegrove, who came nearest to the old actors, revived the character some few seasons ago, and made it sufficiently grotesque. But Dodd was it, as it came out of nature's hands. It might be said to remain in puris naturalibus. In expressing slowness of apprehension, this actor surpassed all others. You could see the first dawn of an idea stealing slowly over his countenance, climbing up by little and little with a painful process, till it cleared up at last to the fulness of a twilight conception, its highest meridian. He seemed to keep back his intellect, as some have had the power to retard their pulsation. The balloon takes less time in filling than it took to cover the expansion of his broad moony face over all its quarters with expression. A glimmer of understanding would appear in a corner of his eye, and, for lack of fuel, go out again. A part of his forehead would catch a little intelligence, and be a long time in communicating it to the remainder. I am ill at dates, but I think it is now better than 25 years ago that, walking in the gardens of Gray's Inn, they were then far finer than they are now, the accursed Verulam bridges had not encroached upon all the east side of them, cutting out delicate green crankles, and shouldering away one or two of the stately alcoves of the terrace. The survivor stands gaping and relationless, as if it remembered its brother. They are still the best gardens of any of the Inns of Court, my beloved Temple not forgotten. Have the gravest character, their aspect being altogether reverend and law-breathing. Bacon has left the impress of his foot upon their gravel walks. taking my afternoon solace on a summer day upon the aforesaid terrace, a comely, sad personage came towards me, whom from his grave air and deportment I judged to be one of the old benchers of the inn. He had a serious, thoughtful forehead, and seemed to be in meditations of mortality. As I have an instinctive awe of old benchers, I was passing him with that sort of sub-indicative token of respect which one is apt to demonstrate towards a venerable stranger, and which rather denotes an inclination to greet him than any positive motion of the body to that effect, a species of humility and will-worship, which I observe 9 times out of 10 rather puzzles than pleases the person it is offered to, when the face, turning full upon me, strangely identified itself with that of Dodd. Upon close inspection I was not mistaken. But could this sad, thoughtful countenance be the same vacant face of folly which I had hailed so often under circumstances of gaiety, which I had never seen without a smile, or recognized but as the usher of mirth, that looked out so formally flat in Foppington, so frothily pert in tattle, so impotently busy in backbite, so blankly divested of all meaning, or resolutely expressive of none, in acres, in fribble, and 1,000 agreeable impertinences. Was this the face, full of thought and carefulness, that had so often divested itself at will of every trace of either, to give me diversion, to clear my cloudy face for 2 or 3 hours at least of its furrows? Was this the face, manly, sober, intelligent, which I had so often despised, made mocks at, made merry with? The remembrance of the freedoms which I had taken with it came upon me with a reproach of insult. I could have asked it pardon. I thought it looked upon me with a sense of injury. There is something strange as well as sad in seeing actors, your pleasant fellows particularly, subjected to and suffering the common lot. Their fortunes, their casualties, their deaths, seem to belong to the scene, their actions to be amenable to poetic justice only. We can hardly connect them with more awful responsibilities. The death of this fine actor took place shortly after this meeting. He had quitted the stage some months, and, as I learned afterwards, had been in the habit of resorting daily to these gardens almost to the day of his decease. In these serious walks probably he was divesting himself of many scenic and some real vanities, weaning himself from the frivolities of the lesser and the greater theatre, doing gentle penance for a life of no very reprehensible fooleries, taking off by degrees the buffoon mask which he might feel he had worn too long, and rehearsing for a more solemn cast of part. Dying, he put on the weeds of Dominic. See footnote 5. The elder Palmer, of stage-treading celebrity, commonly played Sir Toby in those days, but there is a solidity of wit in the jests of that half Falstaff which he did not quite fill out. He was as much too showy as Moody, who sometimes took the part, was dry and sottish. In sock or buskin there was an air of swaggering gentility about Jack Palmer. He was a gentleman, with a slight infusion of the footman. His brother Bob, of recenter memory, who was his shadow in everything while he lived, and dwindled into less than a shadow afterwards, was a gentleman with a little stronger infusion of the latter ingredient. That was all. It is amazing how a little of the more or less makes a difference in these things. When you saw Bobby in The Duke's Servant, see footnote 6, you said, "What a pity such a pretty fellow was only a servant." When you saw Jack figuring in Captain Absolute, you thought you could trace his promotion to some lady of quality who fancied the handsome fellow in his top-knot, and had bought him a commission. Therefore Jack, in Dick Amlet, was insuperable. Jack had two voices, both plausible, hypocritical, and insinuating, but his secondary or supplemental voice still more decisively histrionic than his common one. It was reserved for the spectator, and the dramatis personae were supposed to know nothing at all about it. The lies of young Wilding and the sentiments in Joseph's Surface were thus marked out in a sort of italics to the audience. This secret correspondence with the company before the curtain, which is the bane and death of tragedy, has an extremely happy effect in some kinds of comedy, in the more highly artificial comedy of Congreve, or of Sheridan especially, where the absolute sense of reality, so indispensable to scenes of interest, is not required, or would rather interfere to diminish your pleasure. The fact is, you do not believe in such characters as Surface, the villain of artificial comedy, even while you read or see them. If you did, they would shock and not divert you. When Ben, in Love for Love, returns from sea, the following exquisite dialogue occurs at his first meeting with his father. Sir Samson. Thou hast been many a weary league, Ben, since I saw thee. Ben. Ay, been far enough, and that be all. Well, father, and how do all at home? How does brother Dick and brother Val? Sir Samson. Dick? Body o' me! Dick has been dead these 2 years. I writ you word when you were at Leghorn. Ben. Mess, that's true. Marry, I had forgot. Dick's dead, as you say. Well, and how? I have a many questions to ask you. Here is an instance of insensibility which, in real life, would be revolting, or rather, in real life, could not have coexisted with the warm-hearted temperament of the character. But when you read it in the spirit with which such playful selections and specious combinations rather than strict metaphrases of nature should be taken, or when you saw Bannister play it, it neither did nor does wound the moral sense at all. For what is Ben, the pleasant sailor which Bannister gave us, but a piece of a satire, a creation of Congreve's fancy, a dreamy combination of all the accidents of a sailor's character, his contempt of money, his credulity to women, with that necessary estrangement from home which it is just within the verge of credibility to suppose might produce such an hallucination as is here described. We never think the worse of Ben for it, or feel it as a stain upon his character. But when an actor comes, and instead of the delightful phantom, the creature dear to half-belief, which Bannister exhibited, displays before our eyes a downright concretion of a whopping sailor, a jolly warm-hearted Jack Tar, and nothing else, when, instead of investing it with a delicious confoundedness of the head, and a veering, undirected goodness of purpose, he gives to it a downright daylight understanding, and a full consciousness of its actions, thrusting forward the sensibilities of the character with a pretence as if it stood upon nothing else, and was to be judged by them alone. We feel the discord of the thing. The scene is disturbed. A real man has got in among the dramatis personae, and puts them out. We want the sailor turned out. We feel that his true place is not behind the curtain, but in the first or second gallery. To be resumed occasionally. Elia. Footnote 1. How lovelily the Adriatic whore, dressed in her flames, will shine, devouring flames, such as will burn her to her watery bottom, and hiss in her foundation. Pierre, in Venice Preserved. Footnote 2. Viola. She took the ring from me, I'll none of it. Malvolio. Come, sir, you peevishly threw it to her, and her will is, it should be so returned. If it be worth stooping for, there it lies in your eye. If not, be it his that finds it. Footnote 3. Mrs. Inchbald seems to have fallen into the common mistake of the character in some sensible observations otherwise upon this comedy. It might be asked, she says, whether this credulous steward was much deceived in imputing a degraded taste in the sentiments of love to his fair lady Olivia, as she actually did fall in love with a domestic, and one who, from his extreme youth, was perhaps a greater reproach to her discretion than had she cast a tender regard upon her old and faithful servant. But where does she gather the fact of his age? Neither Maria nor Fabian ever cast that reproach upon him. Footnote 4. Clown. What is the opinion of Pythagoras concerning wildfowl? Malvolio. That the soul of our grandam might haply inhabit a bird. Clown. What thinkest thou of his opinion? Malvolio. I think nobly of the soul, and no way approve of his opinion. Footnote 5. Dodd was a man of reading, and left at his death a choice collection of old English literature, I should judge him to have been a man of wit. I know one instance of an impromptu which no length of study could have bettered. My merry friend Jem White had seen him one evening in Ague Cheek, and recognizing Dodd the next day in Fleet Street, was irresistibly impelled to take off his hat and salute him as the identical knight of the preceding evening, with a "Save you, Sir Andrew." Dodd, not at all disconcerted at this unusual address from a stranger, with a courteous half-rebuking wave of the hand, put him off with an "Away, fool." Footnote 6. High life below stairs. End of Essay 25. Essay 26 of the last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Old Actors. London Magazine, April 1822. The artificial comedy, or comedy of manners, is quite extinct on our stage. Congreve and Farquhar show their heads once in 7 years, only to be exploded and put down instantly. The times cannot bear them. Is it for a few wild speeches, an occasional licence of dialogue? I think not altogether. The business of their dramatic characters will not stand the moral test. We screw everything up to that. Idle gallantry in a fiction, a dream, the passing pageant of an evening, startles us in the same way as the alarming indications of profligacy in a son or ward in real life should startle a parent or guardian. We have no such middle emotions as dramatic interests left. We see a stage libertine playing his loose pranks of 2 hours' duration, and of no after consequence, with the severe eyes which inspect real vices with their bearings upon 2 worlds. We are spectators to a plot or intrigue, not reducible in life to the point of strict morality, and take it all for truth. We substitute a real for a dramatic person, and judge him accordingly. We try him in our courts, from which there is no appeal to the dramatis personae, his peers. We have been spoiled with, not sentimental comedy, but a tyrant far more pernicious to our pleasures, which has succeeded to it, the exclusive and all-devouring drama of common life, where the moral point is everything, where, instead of the fictitious, half-believed personages of the stage, the phantoms of old comedy, we recognize ourselves, our brothers, aunts, kinsfolk, allies, patrons, enemies, the same as in life, with an interest in what is going on so hearty and substantial that we cannot afford our moral judgment in its deepest and most vital results to compromise or slumber for a moment. What is there transacting, by no modification is made to affect us in any other manner than the same events or characters would do in our relationships of life. We carry our fireside concerns to the theatre with us. We do not go thither like our ancestors, to escape from the pressure of reality, so much as to confirm our experience of it, to make assurance double, and take a bond of fate. We must live our toilsome lives twice over, as it was the mournful privilege of Ulysses to descend twice to the shades. All that neutral ground of character which stood between vice and virtue, or which, in fact, was indifferent to neither, where neither properly was called in question, that happy breathing-place from the burden of a perpetual moral questioning, the sanctuary and quiet Alsatia of hunted casuistry, is broken up and disfranchised as injurious to the interests of society. The privileges of the place are taken away by law. We dare not dally with images or names of wrong. We bark like foolish dogs at shadows. We dread infection from the scenic representation of disorder, and fear a painted pustule. In our anxiety that our morality should not take cold, we wrap it up in a great blanket surtout of precaution against the breeze and sunshine. I confess for myself that, with no great delinquencies to answer for, I am glad for a season to take an airing beyond the diocese of the strict conscience, not to live always in the precincts of the law courts, but now and then, for a dream while or so, to imagine a world with no meddling restrictions, to get into recesses whither the hunter cannot follow me. Secret shades of woody Ida's inmost grove, while yet there was no fear of Jove. I come back to my cage and my restraint, the fresher and more healthy for it. I wear my shackles more contentedly, for having respired the breath of an imaginary freedom. I do not know how it is with others, but I feel the better always for the perusal of one of Congreve's, nay, why should I not add, even of Wycherley's comedies? I am the gayer at least for it, and I could never connect those sports of a witty fancy in any shape with any result to be drawn from them to imitation in real life. They are a world of themselves almost as much as a fairyland. Take one of their characters, male or female, with few exceptions they are alike, and place it in a modern play, and my virtuous indignation shall rise against the profligate wretch as warmly as the Catos of the pit could desire, because in a modern play I am to judge of right and wrong, and the standard of police is the measure of poetical justice. The atmosphere will blight it. It cannot thrive here. It is got into a moral world where it has no business, from which it must needs fall headlong, as dizzy and incapable of keeping its stand as a Swedenborgian bad spirit that has wandered unawares within the sphere of one of his good men or angels. But in its own world, do we feel the creature is so very bad? The Fainalls and the Mirabells, the Dorimants and Lady Touchwoods, in their own sphere, do not offend my moral sense, or, in fact, appeal to it at all. They seem engaged in their proper element. They break through no laws or conscientious restraints. They know of none. They have got out of Christendom into the land, what shall I call it, of cuckoldry, the Utopia of gallantry, where pleasure is duty, and the manners perfect freedom. It is altogether a speculative scene of things, which has no reference whatever to the world that is. No good person can be justly offended as a spectator, because no good person suffers on the stage. Judged morally, every character in these plays, the few exceptions only are mistakes, is alike essentially vain and worthless. The great art of Congreve is especially shown in this, that he has entirely excluded from his scenes some little generosities in the part of Angelica perhaps excepted, not only anything like a faultless character, but any pretensions to goodness or good feelings whatsoever. Whether he did this designedly or instinctively, the effect is as happy as the design, if design was bold. I used to wonder at the strange power which his Way of the World in particular possesses of interesting you all along in the pursuits of characters for whom you absolutely care nothing, for you neither hate nor love his personages, and I think it is owing to this very indifference for any that you endure the whole. He has spread a privation of moral light, I will call it, rather than by the ugly name of palpable darkness, over his creations, and his shadows flit before you without distinction or preference. Had he introduced a good character, a single gush of moral feeling, a revulsion of the judgment to actual life and actual duties, the impertinent Goshen would have only lighted to the discovery of deformities which now are none, because we think them none. Translated into real life, the characters of his and his friend Wycherley's dramas are profligates and strumpets, the business of their brief existence the undivided pursuit of lawless gallantry. No other spring of action or possible motive of conduct is recognized. Principles which, universally acted upon, must reduce this frame of things to a chaos. But we do them wrong in so translating them. No such effects are produced in their world. When we are among them, we are amongst a chaotic people. We are not to judge them by our usages. No reverend institutions are insulted by their proceedings, for they have none among them. No peace of families is violated, for no family ties exist among them. No purity of the marriage bed is stained, for none is supposed to have a being. No deep affections are disquieted, no holy wedlock bands are snapped asunder, for affection's depth and wedded faith are not of the growth of that soil. There is neither right nor wrong, gratitude or its opposite, claim or duty, paternity or sonship. Of what consequence is it to virtue, or how is she at all concerned about it, whether Sir Simon or Dapperwit steal away Miss Martha, or who is the father of Lord Froth's or Sir Paul Pliant's children? The whole is a passing pageant, where we should sit as unconcerned at the issues for life or death as at a battle of the frogs and mice. But like Don Quixote, we take part against the puppets, and quite as impertinently. We dare not contemplate an Atlantis, a scheme out of which our coxcombical moral sense is for a little transitory ease excluded. We have not the courage to imagine a state of things for which there is neither reward nor punishment. we cling to the painful necessities of shame and blame. We would indict our very dreams. Amidst the mortifying circumstances attendant upon growing old, it is something to have seen the School for Scandal in its glory. This comedy grew out of Congreve and Wycherley, but gathered some allays of the sentimental comedy which followed theirs. It is impossible that it should be now acted, though it continues at long intervals to be announced in the bills. Its hero, when Palmer played it at least, was Joseph Surface. When I remember the gay boldness, the graceful, solemn plausibility, the measured step, the insinuating voice, to express it in a word, the downright acted villainy of the part, so different from the pressure of conscious actual wickedness, the hypocritical assumption of hypocrisy, which made Jack so deservedly a favourite in that character, I must needs conclude the present generation of playgoers more virtuous than myself, or more dense. I freely confess that he divided the palm with me with his better brother, that, in fact, I liked him quite as well. Not but there are passages, like that, for instance, where Joseph is made to refuse a pittance to a poor relation, incongruities which Sheridan was forced upon by the attempt to join the artificial with the sentimental comedy, either of which must destroy the other. But over these obstructions Jack's manner floated him so lightly, that a refusal from him no more shocked you than the easy compliance of Charles gave you in reality any pleasure. You got over the paltry question as quickly as you could, to get back into the regions of pure comedy, where no cold moral reigns. The highly artificial manner of Palmer in this character counteracted every disagreeable impression which you might have received from the contrast, supposing them real, between the two brothers. You did not believe in Joseph with the same faith with which you believed in Charles. The latter was a pleasant reality, the former a no less pleasant poetical foil to it. The comedy, I have said, is incongruous, a mixture of Congreve with sentimental incompatibilities. The gaiety, upon the whole, is buoyant, but it required the consummate art of Palmer to reconcile the discordant elements. A player with Jack's talents, if we had one now, would not dare to do the part in the same manner. He would instinctively avoid every turn which might tend to unrealize, and so to make the character fascinating. He must take his cue from his spectators, who would expect a bad man and a good man as rigidly opposed to each other as the death-bed of those geniuses are contrasted in The Prince, which I am sorry to see have disappeared from the windows of my old friend Carrington Bowles, of St. Paul's Churchyard memory. An exhibition as venerable as the adjacent cathedral, and almost coeval, of the bad and good man at the hour of death, where the ghastly apprehensions of the former, and truly the grim phantom with his reality of a toasting-fork, is not to be despised, so finely contrast with the meek, complacent kissing of the rod, taking it in like honey and butter, with which the latter submits to the scythe of the gentle bleeder Time, wields his lancet with the apprehensive finger of a popular young lady's surgeon. What flesh, like loving grass, would not covet to meet half-way the stroke of such a delicate mower? John Palmer was twice an actor in this exquisite part. He was playing to you all the while that he was playing upon Sir Peter and his lady. You had the first intimation of a sentiment before it was on his lips. His altered voice was meant to you, and you were to suppose that his factitious co-flutterers on the stage perceived nothing at all of it. What was it to you if that half-reality, the husband, was overreached by the puppetry, or the thin thing, Lady Teazle's reputation, was persuaded it was dying of a plethory? The fortunes of Othello and Desdemona were not concerned in it. Poor Jack has passed from the stage in good time that he did not live to this our age of seriousness. The fidgety, pleasant old Teazle King, too, is gone in good time. His manner would scarce have passed current in our day. We must love or hate, acquit or condemn, censure or pity, exert our detestable coxcombry of moral judgment upon everything. Joseph Surface, to go down now, must be a downright revolting villain, no compromise. His first appearance must shock and give horror. His specious plausibilities, which the pleasurable faculties of our fathers welcomed with such hearty greetings, knowing that no harm, dramatic harm even, could come, or was meant to come of them, must inspire a cold and killing aversion. Charles, the real canting person of the scene, for the hypocrisy of Joseph has its ulterior legitimate ends, but his brother's professions of a good heart centre in downright self-satisfaction, must be loved, and Joseph hated. To balance one disagreeable reality with another, Sir Peter Teazle must be no longer the comic idea of a fretful old bachelor bridegroom, whose teasings, while King acted it, were evidently as much played off at you as they were meant to concern anybody on the stage. He must be a real person, capable in law of sustaining an injury, a person towards whom duties are to be acknowledged, the genuine crim-con antagonist of the villainous seducer Joseph. To realize him more, his sufferings under his unfortunate match must have the downright pungency of life, must, or should, make you not mirthful but uncomfortable, just as the same predicament would move you in a neighbour or old friend. The delicious scenes which give the play its name and zest must affect you in the same serious manner as if you heard the reputation of a dear female friend attacked in your real presence. Crabtree and Sir Benjamin, those poor snakes that lived but in the sunshine of your mirth, must be ripened by this hot-bed process of realization into asps or amphisbaenas, and Mrs. Candour, oh frightful, become a hooded serpent. Or who that remembers Parsons and Dodd, the wasp and butterfly of the school for scandal in those two characters, and charming, natural Miss Pope, the perfect gentlewoman, as distinguished from the fine lady of comedy in this latter part, would forego the true scenic delight, the escape from life, the oblivion of consequences, the holiday barring out of the pedant reflection, those saturnalia of 2 or 3 brief hours well won from the world, to sit instead at one of our modern plays, to have his coward conscience, that forsooth must not be left for a moment, stimulated with perpetual appeals, dulled rather and blunted, as a faculty without repose must be, and his moral vanity pampered with images of notional justice, notional beneficence, lives saved without the spectator's risk, and fortunes given away that cost the author nothing. No piece was, perhaps, ever so completely cast in all its parts as this manager's comedy. Miss Farren had succeeded to Mrs. Abingdon in Lady Teazle, and Smith, the original Charles, had retired when I first saw it. The rest of the characters, with very slight exceptions, remained. I remember it was then the fashion to cry down John Kemble, who took the part of Charles after Smith, but I thought very unjustly. Smith, I fancy, was more airy, and took the eye with a certain gaiety of person. He brought with him no sombre recollections of tragedy. He had not to expiate the fault of having pleased beforehand in lofty declamation. He had no sins of Hamlet or of Richard to atone for. His failure in these parts was a passport to success in one of so opposite a tendency, but as far as I could judge, the weighty sense of Kemble made up for more personal incapacity than he had to answer for. His harshest tones in this part came steeped and dulcified in good humour. He made his defects a grace. His exact declamatory manner, as he managed it, only served to convey the points of his dialogue with more precision. It seemed to head the shafts, to carry them deeper. Not one of his sparkling sentences was lost. I remember minutely how he delivered each in succession, and cannot by any effort imagine how any of them could be altered for the better. No man could deliver brilliant dialogue, the dialogue of Congreve or of Wycherley, because none understood it, half so well as John Kemble. His Valentine in Love for Love was to my recollection faultless. He flagged sometimes in the intervals of tragic passion. He would slumber over the level parts of an heroic character. His Macbeth has been known to nod. But he always seemed to me to be particularly alive to pointed and witty dialogue. The relaxing levities of tragedy have not been touched by any since him. The playful court-bred spirit in which he condescended to the players in Hamlet, the sportive relief which he threw into the darker shades of Richard, disappeared with him. Tragedy is become a uniform dead weight. They have fastened lead to her buskins. She never pulls them off for the ease of a moment. To invert a commonplace from Niobe, she never forgets herself to liquefaction. John had his sluggish moods, his torpors, but they were the halting stones and resting places of his tragedy, politic savings and fetches of the breath, husbandry of the lungs, where nature appointed him to be an economist, rather, I think, than errors of the judgment. They were, at worst, less painful than the eternal, tormenting, unappeasable vigilance, the lidless dragon eyes of present fashionable tragedy. The story of his swallowing opium pills to keep him lively upon the first night of a certain tragedy, we may presume to be a piece of retaliatory pleasantry on the part of the suffering author. But indeed John had the art of diffusing a complacent, equable dulness, which you knew not where to quarrel with, over a piece which he did not like, beyond any of his contemporaries. John Kemble had made up his mind early that all the good tragedies which could be written had been written, and he resented any new attempt. His shelves were full. The old standards were scope enough for his ambition. He ranged in them absolute, and fair in Otway, full in Shakespeare shone. He succeeded to the old lawful thrones, and did not care to adventure bottomry with a Sir Edward Mortimer, or any casual speculator that offered. I remember, too acutely for my peace, the deadly extinguisher which he put upon my friend G.'s Antonio. G., satiate with visions of political justice, possibly not to be realized in our time, or willing to let the sceptical worldling see that his anticipations of the future did not preclude a warm sympathy for men as they are and have been, wrote a tragedy. He chose a story affecting, romantic, Spanish, the plot simple without being naked, the incidents uncommon without being overstrained. Antonio, who gives the name to the piece, is a sensitive young Castilian who, in a fit of his country honour, immolates his sister. But I must not anticipate the catastrophe. The play, reader, is extant in choice English, and you will employ a spare half-crown not injudiciously in the quest of it. The conception was bold, and the dénouement, the time and place in which the hero of it existed, considered, not much out of keeping. Yet it must be confessed that it required a delicacy of handling, both from the author and the performer, so as not much to shock the prejudices of a modern English audience. G., in my opinion, had done his part. John, who was in familiar habits with the philosopher, had undertaken to play Antonio. Great expectations were formed. A philosopher's first play was a new era. The night arrived. I was favoured with a seat in an advantageous box, between the author and his friend M. G. sat cheerful and confident. In his friend M.'s looks, who had perused the manuscript, I read some terror. Antonio, in the person of John Philip Kemble, at length appeared, starched out in a ruff which no one could dispute, and in most irreproachable mustachios. John always dressed most provokingly correct on these occasions. The first act swept by, solemn and silent. It went off, as G. assured M., exactly as the opening act of a piece, the protasis, should do. The cue of the spectators was to be mute. The characters were but in their introduction. The passions and the incidents would be developed hereafter. Applause hitherto would be impertinent. Silent attention was the effect all desirable. Poor M. acquiesced, but in his honest friendly face I could discern a working which told how much more acceptable the plaudit of a single hand, however misplaced, would have been than all this reasoning. The second act, as in duty bound, rose a little in interest, but still John kept his forces under, in policy, as G. would have it, and the audience were most complacently attentive. The protasis, in fact, was scarcely unfolded. The interest would warm in the next act, against which a special incident was provided. M. wiped his cheek, flushed with a friendly perspiration. 'Tis M.'s way of showing his zeal. From every pore of him a perfume falls. I honour it above Alexander's. He had once or twice, during this act, joined his palms in a feeble endeavour to elicit a sound. They emitted a solitary noise, without an echo. There was no deep to answer to his deep. G. repeatedly begged him to be quiet. The third act at length brought on the scene which was to warm the piece progressively to the final flaming forth of the catastrophe. A philosophic calm settled upon the clear brow of G. as it approached. The lips of M. quivered. A challenge was held forth upon the stage, and there was promise of a fight. The pit roused themselves on this extraordinary occasion, and, as their manner is, seemed disposed to make a ring, when suddenly Antonio, who was the challenged, turning the tables upon the hot challenger, Don Guzman, who, by the way, should have had his sister, balks his humour, and the pit's reasonable expectation at the same time, with some speeches out of the new philosophy against duelling. The audience were here fairly caught. Their courage was up and on the alert. A few blows, ding dong, as R. the dramatist afterwards expressed it to me, might have done the business, when their most exquisite moral sense was suddenly called in to assist in the mortifying negation of their own pleasure. They could not applaud for disappointment. They would not condemn for morality's sake. The interest stood stone still, and John's manner was not at all calculated to unpetrify it. It was Christmas time, and the atmosphere furnished some pretext for asthmatic affections. One began to cough. His neighbour sympathized with him, till a cough became epidemical. But when, from being half artificial in the pit, the cough got frightfully naturalized among the fictitious persons of the drama, and Antonio himself, albeit it was not set down in the stage directions, seemed more intent upon relieving his own lungs than the distresses of the author and his friends. Then G. first knew fear, and mildly turning to M., intimated that he had not been aware that Mr. K. laboured under a cold, and that the performance might possibly have been postponed with advantage for some nights further, still keeping the same serene countenance, while M. sweat like a bull. It would be invidious to pursue the fates of this ill-starred evening. In vain did the plot thicken in the scenes that followed. In vain the dialogue wax more passionate and stirring, and the progress of the sentiment point more and more clearly to the arduous development which impended. In vain the action was accelerated, while the acting stood still. From the beginning John had taken his stand, had wound himself up to an even tenor of stately declamation, from which no exigence of dialogue or person could make him swerve for an instant. To dream of his rising with the scene, the common trick of tragedians, was preposterous, for from the onset he had planted himself as upon a terrace, on an eminence vastly above the audience, and he kept that sublime level to the end. He looked from his throne of elevated sentiment upon the underworld of spectators with a most sovereign and becoming contempt. There was excellent pathos delivered out to them, and they would receive it, so, and they would not receive it, so. There was no offence against decorum in all this, nothing to condemn, to damn. Not an irreverent symptom of a sound was to be heard. The procession of verbiage stalked on through 4 and 5 acts, no one venturing to predict what would come of it, when towards the winding up of the latter, Antonio, with an irrelevancy that seemed to stagger Elvira herself, for she had been coolly arguing the point of honour with him, suddenly whips out a poniard and stabs his sister to the heart. The effect was as if a murder had been committed in cold blood. The whole house rose up in clamorous indignation, demanding justice. The feeling rose far above hisses. I believe at that instant, if they could have got him, they would have torn the unfortunate author to pieces. Not that the act itself was so exorbitant, or of a complexion different from what they themselves would have applauded upon another occasion in a Brutus or an Appius, but for want of attending to Antonio's words, which palpably led to the expectation of no less dire an event, instead of being seduced by his manner, which seemed to promise a sleep of a less alarming nature than it was his cue to inflict upon Elvira, they found themselves betrayed into an accomplishship of murder, a perfect misprision of parricide, while they dreamed of nothing less. M., I believe, was the only person who suffered acutely from the failure, for G. thenceforward, with a serenity unattainable but by the true philosophy, abandoning a precarious popularity, retired into his fast hold of speculation. The drama, in which the world was to be his tiring-room, and remote posterity his applauding spectators at once and actors. Elia. End of Essay 26. Essay 27 of the last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Addison. The Old Actors. London Magazine, October 1822. I do not know a more mortifying thing than to be conscious of a foregone delight, with a total oblivion of the person and manner which conveyed it. In dreams I often stretch and strain after the countenance of Edwin, whom I once saw in Peeping Tom. I cannot catch a feature of him. He is no more to me than Noakes or Pinkethman. Parsons, and still more Dodd, were near being lost to me, till I was refreshed with their portraits fine treat the other day at Mr. Matthews's gallery at Highgate, which, with the exception of the Hogarth pictures a few years since exhibited in Pall Mall, was the most delightful collection I ever gained admission to. There hang the players in their single persons and in grouped scenes from the Restoration. Bettertons, Booths, Garricks, justifying the prejudices which we entertain for them, the Bracegirdles, the Mountforts, and the Oldfields, fresh as Cibber has described them, the Woffington, a true Hogarth, upon a couch, dallying and dangerous, the screen scene in Brinsley's famous comedy with Smith and Mrs. Abingdon, whom I have not seen, and the rest whom, having seen, I see still there. There is Henderson, unrivalled in Comus, whom I saw at second hand in the elder Harley. Harley, the rival of Holman in Horatio. Holman, with the bright glittering teeth in Lothario, and the deep Pavois sighs in Romeo, the jolliest person, our son is fat, of any Hamlet I have yet seen, with the most laudable attempts for a personable man at looking melancholy, and Pope, the abdicated monarch of tragedy and comedy in Harry the Eighth and Lord Townley. There hang the two Aikins, brethren in mediocrity, Wroughton, who in Kitely seemed to have forgotten that in prouder days he had personated Alexander, the specious form of John Palmer, with the special effrontery of Bobby, Bensley, with the trumpet tongue, and little Quick, the retired Dioclesian of Islington, with his squeak like a Bartholomew fiddle. There are fixed, cold as in life, the immovable features of Moody, who, afraid of o'erstepping nature, sometimes stopped short of her, and the restless fidgetiness of Lewis, who, with no such fears, not seldom leaped o'er the other side. There hang Farren and Whitfield, and Burton and Phillimore, names of small account in those times, but which, remembered now, or casually recalled by the sight of an old playbill, with their associated recordations, can drown an eye unused to flow. There, too, hangs, not far removed from them in death, the graceful plainness of the first Mrs. Pope, with a voice unstrung by age, but which, in her better days, must have competed with the silver tones of Barry himself, so enchanting in decay do I remember it. Of all her lady parts, exceeding herself in the Lady Quakeress, there earth touched heaven, of O'Keefe, when she played it to the merry cousin of Lewis. And Mrs. Mattox, the sensiblest of viragos, and Miss Pope, a gentlewoman ever, to the verge of ungentility, with Churchill's compliment still burnishing upon her gay honeycomb lips. There are the two Bannisters, and Sedgwick, and Kelly, and Dignam Diggy, and the bygone features of Mrs. Ward, matchless in Lady Loverule. and the collective majesty of the whole Kemble family, and Shakespeare's woman, Dora Jordan, and by her 2 antics, who in former and in latter days have chiefly beguiled us of our griefs, whose portraits we shall strive to recall, for the sympathy of those who may not have had the benefit of viewing the matchless Highgate collection. Mr. Suett. Oh, for a slipshod muse, to celebrate in numbers, loose and shambling as himself, the merits and the person of Mr. Richard Suett, comedian. Richard, or rather Dicky Suett, for so in his lifetime he was best pleased to be called, and time hath ratified the appellation, lieth buried on the north side of the cemetery of Holy Paul, to whose service his nonage and tender years were set apart and dedicated. There are who do yet remember him at that period, his pipe clear and harmonious. He would often speak of his chorister days, when he was a cherub Dicky. What clipped his wings, or made it expedient that he should exchange the holy for the profane state, whether he had lost his good voice, his best recommendation to that office, like Sir John, with hallooing and singing of anthems, or whether he was adjudged to lack something, even in those early years, of the gravity indispensable to an occupation which professeth to commerce with the skies, I could never rightly learn. But we find him, after the probation of a 12-month or so, reverting to a secular condition, and become one of us. I think he was not altogether of that timber out of which cathedral seats and sounding-boards are hewed. But if a glad heart, kind and therefore glad, be any part of sanctity, then might the robe of motley, with which he invested himself with so much humility after his deprivation, and which he wore so long with so much blameless satisfaction to himself and to the public, be accepted for a surplus, his white stole and alb. The first fruits of his secularization was an engagement upon the boards of Old Drury, at which theatre he commenced, as I have been told, with adopting the manner of parsons in old men's characters. At the period in which most of us knew him, he was no more an imitator than he was in any true sense himself imitable. He was the Robin Goodfellow of the stage. He came in to trouble all things with a welcome perplexity, himself no whit troubled for the matter. He was known, like Puck, by his note, ha, 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 sometimes deepening to ho, 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 with an irresistible accession, derived perhaps remotely from his ecclesiastical education, foreign to his prototype of "Oh, la!" Thousands of hearts yet respond to the chuckling "Oh, la!" of Dicky Suett, brought back to their remembrance by the faithful transcript of his friend Matthews's mimicry. The force of nature could no further go. He drawled upon the stock of these 2 syllables, richer than the cuckoo. Care that troubles all the world was forgotten in his composition. Had he had but 2 grains, nay, half a grain of it, he could never have supported himself upon those 2 spider strings which served him in the latter part of his unmixed existence as legs. A doubt or a scruple must have made him totter, a sigh have puffed him down, the weight of a frown had staggered him, a wrinkle made him lose his balance. But on he went, scrambling upon those airy stilts of his, with Robin Goodfellow, Thoroughbrake, Thoroughbriar, reckless of a scratched face or a torn doublet. Shakespeare foresaw him when he framed his fools and jesters. They have all the true suet stamp, a loose gait, a slippery tongue, this last the ready midwife to a without pain delivered jest, in words light as air, venting truths deep as the centre, with idlest rhymes tagging conceit when busiest, singing with Lear in the Tempest, or Sir Toby at the buttery hatch. Jack Bannister and he had the fortune to be more of personal favourites with the town than any actors before or after. The difference, I take it, was this. Jack was more beloved for his sweet, good-natured, moral pretensions. Dicky was more liked for his sweet, good-natured, no pretensions at all. Your whole conscience stirred with Bannister's performance of Walter in The Children in the Wood. How dearly beautiful it was! But Dicky seemed like a thing, as Shakespeare says of love, too young to know what conscience is. He put us into Vester's days. Evil fled before him, not as from Jack, as from an antagonist, but because it could not touch him, any more than a cannon-ball a fly. He was delivered from the burthen of that death, and when death came himself, not in metaphor, to fetch Dicky, it is recorded of him by Robert Palmer, who kindly watched his exit, that he received the last stroke, neither varying his accustomed tranquillity nor tune, with the simple exclamation, worthy to have been recorded in his epitaph, "O la! O la, Bobby!" Mr. Munden. Not many nights ago we had come home from seeing this extraordinary performer in Cockletop, and when we retired to our pillow, his whimsical visage still stuck by us in a manner as to threaten sleep. In vain we tried to divest ourselves of it by conjuring up the most opposite associations. We resolved to be serious. We raised up the gravest topics of life, private misery, public calamity, all would not do. There the antic sat, mocking our state. His queer visnomy, his bewildering costume, all the strange things which he had raked together, his serpentine rod swagging about in his pocket, Cleopatra's tear, and the rest of his relics, O'Keefe's wild farce, and his wilder commentary, till the passion of laughter, like grief in excess, relieved itself by its own weight, inviting the sleep which in the first instance it had driven away. But we were not to escape so easily. No sooner did we fall into slumbers than the same image, only more perplexing, assailed us in the shape of dreams. Not one Munden, but 500 were dancing before us, like the faces which, whether you will or no, come when you have been taking opium, all the strange combinations which this strangest of all strange mortals ever shot his proper countenance into, from the day he came commissioned to dry up the tears of the town for the loss of the now almost forgotten Edwin. Oh, for the power of the pencil to have fixed them when we awoke! A season or two since there was exhibited a Hogarth gallery. We do not see where there should not be a Munden gallery. In richness and variety the latter would not fall far short of the former. There is one face of Farley, one face of Knight, one face, but what a one it is, of Liston. But Munden has none that you can properly pin down and call his. When you think he has exhausted his battery of looks in unaccountable warfare with your gravity, suddenly he sprouts out an entirely new set of features like Hydra. He is not one, but legion, not so much a comedian as a company. If his name could be multiplied like his countenance, it might fill a playbill. He, and he alone, literally makes faces. Applied to any other person, the phrase is a mere figure, denoting certain modifications of the human countenance. Out of some invisible wardrobe he dips for faces, as his friend Seward used for wigs, and fetches them out as easily. We should not be surprised to see him some day put out the head of a river horse, or come forth a peewit or lapwing, some feathered metamorphosis. We have seen this gifted actor in Sir Christopher Curry, in Old Daunton, diffuse a glow of sentiment which has made the pulse of a crowded theatre beat like that of one man. When he has come in aid of the pulpit, doing good to the moral heart of a people, we have seen some faint approaches to this sort of excellence in other players, but in what has been truly denominated the sublime of farce, Munden stands out as single and unaccompanied as Hogarth. Hogarth, strange to tell, had no followers. The school of Munden began and must end with himself. Can any man wonder like him? Can any man see ghosts like him, or fight with his own shadow, Cæsar, as he does in that strangely neglected thing, the Cobbler of Preston, where his alternations from the Cobbler to the Magnifico, and from the Magnifico to the Cobbler, keep the brain of the spectator in as wild a ferment as if some Arabian night were being acted before him, or as if Thalaba were no tale. Who, like him, can throw, or ever attempted to throw, a supernatural interest over the commonest daily life objects? A table or a joint-stool, in his conception, rises into a dignity equivalent to Cassiopeia's chair. It is invested with constellatory importance. You could not speak of it with more deference if it were mounted into the firmament. A beggar in the hands of Michael Angelo, says Fuseli, rose the patriarch of poverty. So the gusto of Munden antiquates and ennobles what it touches. His pots and his ladles are as grand and primal as the seething pots and hooks seen in old prophetic vision. A tub of butter, contemplated by him, amounts to a Platonic idea. He understands a leg of mutton in its quiddity. He stands wondering amid the commonplace materials of life, like primeval man, with the sun and stars about him. Elia. End of Essay 27. End of the last Essays of Elia by Charles Lamb.